diagram, it's kind of in the traditional sense of having the different filters. We have the rainwater being collected on the roof, which goes down into a cistern, becomes filtered and is now potable water. And the water that is gray water from the plumbing and also the water from the stormwater retention pond is then fed to the greenhouse to water the plants, because one of the things we wanted to accomplish with the greenhouse was addressing the physical limitations by retaining the runoff water, filtering it, and reusing it within our greenhouse. And this is the last slide.
So that concludes our presentation, and we're ready for any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
One of the things I think is important in anything that we do as architects to design is research and see what others have done. I noticed that you had looked at, is it San Antonio, where there's similar kind of things, and there's one here in Houston, and it's called New Hope Housing. After I retired, I got involved in several nonprofit organizations and helped out and so forth. And since then, I'm doing other things, but New Hope Housing, their mission is building communities and researching lives. Building communities and restoring lives. And there are, I won't go through it today, but there are about a dozen of these things that have been built. And Michael, if you like, I can send you some of the information. And you may remember Sanford Kreiner when you wrote. Sanford's primarily real estate now, but he is the second in command there, and the first is also a Michael Fowler, Mac Fowler. And they have a terrific organization, and they have, my role there has been to work with them as they work with the architects that they have. And, a few of them that were just things that were raising expanding the fees. And it was because they were not really pulling out all the research on what works and what doesn't work. So to the extent possible, that would be good. So if you'd like, I'll send you some of these things from their organization. It's another place to look.
Thanks.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
There we go.
Martin, I think you're muted.
Okay, I just unmuted myself. Good, thanks. I think you have a very nice and complete project. I think you have a ton of drawings here. I really appreciated your details, which actually, for the most part, at least from what I could see, so I could probably find like occasional little things, but I think mostly, like, just glancing at them, they were actually pretty well resolved overall. So I think that's not a small thing to do. I think I saw your project also like during midterm, and like I always really liked this idea that in some ways kind of start at this sort of like division into kind of three discrete parts in your master plan. Like you have the St. John's bar that's actually kind of towards the south, St. John's Avenue. Then you have that sort of like middle space. You don't have to go back there. Like it's just, and then you have the north space towards Blackson with that. And I'm happy you actually took the parking lot out of there and made that a public plaza facing your market. I still think you didn't go far enough. In my opinion, you still showed a little bit too much respect for the automobile, like in sort of having that little bulge in there for parking. You have a parking lot like just adjacent to the site towards I-35. So I would just take out that piece of parking too and just make it parallel parking along Blackson and call it a day, and have that park really sort of, or that plaza actually rather, be directly adjacent to the sidewalk. I think that would make the character of that public space as a walkable space much, much better. I think the landscape, and this is a minor thing, still seemed a little cluttered for my taste. I think there's like, I think a plaza can be a pretty simple thing. I think you still try to over design it almost a little bit. And I mean, I think one of the really interesting things spatially to me was how you are using your two pieces, like the greenhouse and the market, to bridge that 15-foot drop on the site. And I think the idea of sort of moving down through the greenhouse kind of towards that public plaza, or even along the greenhouse with a series of steps, I think that's really one of the crucial moves. And I do think you talked about that a lot in plan. And I just wanted to sort of like yell and like, okay, show a section, so show the section, so show the series of sections that you have. And then when you actually kind of came to the sections, it almost felt a little bit disappointing, because I don't think you showed a section through both at the same time, the greenhouse and the market hall. Like, and you know, you may have to sort of like just sort of jump with the section line a little bit to do that. But I do think that those sections, or a series of sections that show both of your buildings, both of your projects in section one elevation, is really the key to this project. So I think while you had very sort of like nicely worked out sections, I do think that they could be, or just the decision of where you cut a section could have been a little bit more precise in that way, to really sort of like drive home that main point that you're making there spatially.
Yeah, and I want to jump in for a minute as well. And I think to reiterate again Martin's point, I think the overall site plan felt really well balanced and well resolved. You know, a lot of great consideration of the kind of edge conditions, whether it was the neighborhood, you know, kind of allowing for a certain flow of the pedestrian, of the user groups to kind of move through the campus. I think that felt really, you know, well organized, well considered. And I think you kind of brought that same level of kind of consideration and kind of very pragmatic application of the program to your two buildings. You know, it all felt very, you know, considered and kind of, you know, checking all the boxes. I do think, and that is a compliment. That's certainly not a dig. And I think the piece I was getting at is there is this discussion that we were talking about earlier of the kind of joy of the project, kind of the, you know, the you're creating something so wonderful, so unique, so expensive, and you're integrating all of these systems that you have an opportunity to really, you know, be very expansive with your vision of the project. And it felt a little bit constrained, you know, again, very, very pragmatic, very well resolved, which is the point of this comprehensive studio. But I think the larger point that I wanted to get to is you guys are you know, referencing these kind of agricultural building typologies, right? You have these like very tightly controlled roof pitches, the trusses, and there's this whole kind of logic to why those buildings look the way that they look, right? There's a kind of, mostly it comes down to cost, right? There's a lot of these buildings are pre-manufactured, they're very structurally efficient, you know, and they're made, you know, for these very inexpensive agricultural applications. And you guys are referencing a lot of that in the project you're doing, but then also layering in all these very complicated, sophisticated systems, radiant floors, you know, multiple screening on the exterior. So I would just always caution of kind of knowing the scale of project that you're working at. So you are detailing a very wonderfully rich, expensive, developed, you know, project. And although you're referencing these much more simpler projects, what you're really doing is, you know, it is a super expensive building. And so seeing all of that, you know, cost and consideration, and then having it locked in just to a very simple kind of agricultural form, well, totally respectable to reference that. I think knowing the tools at your disposal and being a little more expansive in your vision for the building would have been nice. But I think, again, it really seems super well resolved, considered, both from a detail perspective and from a community perspective. So I really appreciate that.
Okay. So with that, I think we're gonna move along. We're about 2 minutes ahead of schedule, unless somebody else wants to make a final point. Okay, then.
I think maybe one point that I would be curious about is that in some ways, you sort of focused on one portion, as was built in the studio structure. You have a whole campus that has a certain functionality about the sort of like project that serves the homeless, and then you broke out the kind of greenhouse and the market, and you sort of like then that sort of absolved you from the rest of the campus in some ways in your presentation.
Mhm.
And I would just be curious, like, what you see as sort of the connections between those two programs, because it seems to me that there is actually a really good potential for some overlap in those kind of
Go
like,
back, guys, to the site plan.
Yes.
And I know you've been thinking about that because you were talking about it last time, but I just think it fell a little bit by the wayside in this presentation, I felt.
Sorry, it's taking a minute.
Go back to the campus plan.
I'm trying. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to make us late.
No, I don't know if that's happening.
Okay. Well, it's okay. I think we all understand Martin's point. Oh, there it is. So
Yes.
they do have that winding stairs, which is their park retention pond, a park transferation area. But maybe you guys, Alexis, you guys could maybe talk a little bit about how you see the connection between the market and the campus.
Yeah, so I think the important part again was the accessibility of food, and like this being one of the resources that we were bringing, as well as like the entire campus. And we wanted to connect the market, the greenhouse, and also number 11, which is kitchen and dining, because we did focus on kind of like food as a resource. But it's just one of the examples of the resources that we're centralizing within our campus. We have like medical, vision, and dental, which is another resource that we're providing. Transformational services, I think, is just kind of one of many other things that we intend to introduce in this area. Nick could probably speak further.
Yeah. Like one of our narrative ideas for this project is that as part of Outtake, the campus residents would be able to get jobs at the greenhouse and the market, and that would kind of start to acclimate them to the public that's goes to the market, while also providing them with jobs and money. And we also focused on the food aspect because that's an important issue for the homeless condition.
And also, it's kind of a food desert currently. So it was about providing jobs and things for the campus, but also designing a project that would impact the entire neighborhood, as opposed to just the campus solely.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Alexis. Our third presenter is Maimona, and Maimona, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes,
I should say that we had an odd number of students within the class, so Maimona decided that she wanted to work by herself. So I told her that doesn't mean that I expect anything less from one person that I would expect from a team. But with that, draconian introduction, I will let Maymona take over.
Hi, this is Maymuna. So like my previous classmate mentioned that in Austin, there is 2,200 people experiencing homelessness in Travis County. So by giving this 19-acre site plan, we expect to design treatment center for the homeless, and it contains 3 phases like rehab and intake and the engagement. So by looking to this site analysis, so this is the given site, and here is the Home Depot. So these picture took from the site. So on this corner, this picture present this corner right here, and this is the parking lot right here, and this is the drop 16 feet drop ground on this part, north side of the site, and then we have this parking park. So moving to the campus layout, what I wanted to be. So starting with the first one, this is the given site, as I mentioned. So I want the treatment center to be surrounded and have the marketplace on the center, because I want to make it like a one unity. I don't want to make it isolated, because this is more public and this is all more private. So I want it to be in center. And and to provide how to combine the privacy and the public here, I add this a green wall to provide more privacy. So right here is just the 3D mapping for the site. So this is the given one, and moving with this U shape for the homeless treatment center right here, and start breaking these masses to fit all the requirement program here. And so we end up with this design for the campus. So right here, it's a site plan. So as you can see, this is the U shape right here in the marketplace sitting in center. And I separated by this, the green living wall right here for privacy, and also for air filter right here. So people coming from this corner, this entry right here to the intake, and then later they move to the transformation part right here, and then to the unit. So I place my units all next to the neighbor, because I want the people on this unit to feel like a part of the community and not to be isolated. So on this corner, I have a workshop. I want to provide the homeless opportunity for the job, and also to be more creative. And I want it to be next to the market, so uh, people like homeless people can sell their product on the market. So I decided to work on the marketplace because I don't want to do any residential. I have a lot of residential in my portfolio, so I picked this area right here in the center to focus on. And I look to a couple of residents right here for the marketplace. Some of them like historic building, like our site, since we have a Home Depot, so we work with the existing building. So right here, it's the massing conceptual math for the marketplace. It's a very simple geometric. It's just a cube, and I have void in the center for the open court for the market, and adding this structure element to hold the roof. And the circulation happen from all 4 sides right here. So okay, So this is the parking garage. Just I'm going back to the site plan right here. So the parking garage sits underneath the greenhouse right here, and you come in from this entry, and you go to the parking garage, and then there is an elevator take you to the ground level right here. So this is what I'm talking about. So it's 12 feet underground parking, and it's fit like 120 parking spot for the market, and then you take the elevator to go to the ground level. So this is the floor plan for the marketplace. I'm sorry for the quality, but I can move to this 3D view right here. So this is the southwest elevation right here. So I have the aero farm right here in the back of the house, so truck can stop here and deliver all the projects and go inside the market. And this is the open court for the market, divided with like has different section for the product, and couple of store on the both side, um, and right here it's all fresh food with all fridge and storage. Um, so this is the second floor. The second floor, it's a mezzanine level, so it's open to the bottom right here, and it's all for food court. I want to separate the food court from the market because people here want to just sit and enjoy their food without interact with the people shopping under on a ground level. So this is the 3D view for the mezzanine level right here. So this black thing right here, it's a tree structure, so to hold the roof. But on the edge right here, it's a concrete column. So moving to the elevation, it's a very simple elevation. And since most the long elevation facing the southwest, so I decide to add the green wall right here to provide shade inside. And also I don't want to make it all solid because it's a marketplace, and I want to have a view to the outside, not to make it just a closed box right here. So this is the delivery truck taking the product inside to the market right here. So as I mentioned, I have I didn't mention that. I'm so sorry. I have in between the parking, the greenhouse and the market, I have outdoor market. Let me just go back. I'm so sorry. I haven't mentioned this. So right here, I have outdoor market. So market and outdoor market, and then the greenhouse. So people come here, we can sell their food and sell other products. So make it more engagement place for with the neighbor and the homeless. So sorry, let me go back here. I'm so sorry. So this is the section right here. It's give you more idea about the how the space. So I have the market. I may need to zoom because it's a really small scale right here. So this is my tree structure holding the roof, and this is the mezzanine level and the market right here, and this is the outdoor market here and the greenhouse. So and the parking under the ground. It's a very slow. This section right here, just help you. Okay, so this is the long section within a marketplace. So the arrow farm right here, and then I have the market. So I want all food protection connect together, and yeah. So This diagram, it's a simple diagram for the whole building with, and also I include the sites so you can get more idea how things put together right here. So my ground floor had all mixed food, dry food, fresh food, and moving to the upper level, it's just for food court. And here the all structure, the structure holding the roof, and on top of that, I have this my mechanical system here. And this is the courtyard. I mean the outdoor marketplace right here, and the green houses right here. So this rendering, I took this from the mezzanine level, looking to the whole market. I know it's not seems interesting here, all this drawing, but this is my idea. I want to expose all the structure and the system, building system. So as you can see, it's very quiet area right here with a nice sitting, and on downstairs I have this market section, and this is a view from the bottom or the ground level, the fresh food, the other product, and this is my tree structure. This is another view for I have this section for the dry food. This is the outdoor market. It's a night rendering right here. So since this my outdoor market place on the north side, so I don't think I need a lot of shade so people can sell anytime. And it's also a cool area right here. So this another shoot, it showed the facade closed. I don't know, it seems not right, but the idea of having the green wall on front of the mesh screen right here. This is another view, show the activity on the courtyard. And this is the overview for the market, outdoor market, because I think it's more important. This is another not nice view right here. So moving to the building system, I have just 2 stories. So I decide to have a 2 mechanical system because it's a huge building, so I can get air supply to each to all space here, and also because I have 3 to 4 different zones right here. So this is the 3D view for the mechanical system right here. It's very simple. The plumbing system, no, this is the water system. So right here, my idea was to collect a lot of water in, since this is a huge roof top. So collect all this water and also filter it and use it within the building and use it to the irrigate the courtyard, since I have a lot of plant and the green facade. So this is the old version for the light system, light fixture in my building. Different type of light fixture with different zoning right here. This is not right, still underdeveloped, the facade system right here. So I have a mesh screen front of the curtain wall, and on top of that, I have some part with the green wall to provide more shade to the inside. So this is just zoom on the some details within the roof and within the courtyard, because I have a lot of plants and different paving systems on the outdoor market. I think that's all I have.
Okay.
So I have a comment. Very early in your presentation, you showed a series of diagrams, and you don't necessarily have to go back. Well, you're almost there. Series, I think, of 9 diagrams that showed the kind of U-shaped, even before this, like a very, yeah, these ones. And I actually thought like there's an incredibly interesting idea in these diagrams, especially on this site. You know, I think the to me, I feel if I could call stop somewhere here, I would probably choose diagram number 3 or 4, and I'd just be like, okay, stop right here, because there's an incredibly simple and powerful move by sort of creating a frame around a, let's say, a sort of public heart piece of this, and have that open to the south, to St. John's Avenue, which I think is absolutely the right decision, given that 183, the kind of elevated highways in the north. And I think that sets up a potentially very, very powerful way of treating the site, and also kind of treating program on the site. So I do understand your desire to put a sort of like public heart piece at the center that consists of these kind of 3 pieces of the greenhouse, the open market, and then your market hall. But I also think it leads on the periphery, it leads to some sort of like more or less problematic moments when you go to the site plan, and I see that some of the housing is relegated to the kind of northwestern corner. Like I think the men's housing, like, found its place there, and I think that's possibly the worst spot for housing, given the kind of noise and pollution that you'll be getting on the highway. So I would question that. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think what that perimeter does, you know, I think the zoning of that perimeter, I think, seems a little underdeveloped at the moment, the way it stands. And I know that was not your main concern, but it just sticks out to me that, you know, we while it's not prescribed in law in this state, but we generally, I think it's generally accepted not to recommend housing within a 500-foot distance from a highway for particulate matter pollution and health concerns. So I think that's just one issue that I think stuck out to me. The second one is actually the potential for your marketplace itself to repeat that formal diagram, the kind of like donut diagram, the kind of like zones in the perimeter, and then the kind of like center, and potentially kind of opening up to this time to the north. So I think there's a really beautiful potential nesting diagram. I'm a little like, I don't think you quite do the opening up. I think it's a little too closed. And I think there's a sort of like emergent idea when you kind of like insert the different kind of structure, like the tree structure at the center, and you deal with the gallery on the upper floor. So that I'm almost, it almost seems a little bit cut short. Like that idea, I think, could be much further developed, because when I looked at your section, then I thought that idea of sort of like this centerpiece where the structure kind of emerges up, and then the roof comes that smack bam on top of the whole thing and sort of like makes it a big box, which I think shows in the interior too. So I think structurally, and the way that you treat that centerpiece as a structure, that could be much further developed and gains a certain kind of independence, let light in possibly, and also I think it seems structurally just a little bit underdeveloped at this point when I kind of look at it both in section and in the
I agree.
perspective. But I mean, I think there's potentially, I think what I see in this is the real potential for a sort of like formal strategy that covers both the site and also your most important building that you're designing on that. And I really wish that could be, like, if you had a little bit more time, that could really be pushed much further as an idea.
Okay, thank you.
Over to the elevations again, looking from, I guess, St. John's Street, or just the elevation sheet.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. You
I'm
mean
sorry,
the,
the elevations.
I'm sorry, the sighted line you say?
Thank God.
The elevations. All I was going to get at was essentially, can you hear me, by the way? I'm just making sure that my microphone's still working. Yes.
Yeah.
That you've what's kind of very apparent about the way that you've strategized and laid out your marketplace is it seems to be such a direct reference to the big box stores that were on this site before, and it's a very I think there's a way to utilize some of the logic of those structures and to kind of reference, maybe even a tongue-in-cheek disassembly of these structures. But I think there's something kind of oddly like depressing about the idea of having this wonderfully blank slated site that you are completely re-engaging with, and the kind of centerpiece of this marketplace ends up being like remarkably similar to what was there before. And the reason I was asking to bring up the elevation is that as Martin pointed out, this, again, I think it's St. John's Street, if I have that right, but this fronting to the neighborhood is a really interesting arrangement. And we end up, and I guess, so we're on the south elevation, southwest, sure. So we end up, with this relatively stark facade, a pretty narrow amount of light coming in, and this highly interiorized project. And as you pointed out, that was a lot of your intention was to kind of wrap your project with this kind of harder perimeter and allow this center space to be so elevated, and then to see that there's no light, there's no skylight. You've created a system, right, to hold this incredible faceted system, but then we kind of exactly as Martin pointed out, kind of missed the opportunity to create those moments on the interior that are really meaningful to you. I do think this green wall is a super fascinating element. You talked about it as a site strategy and also as a kind of shading strategy. It's the first moment. You clearly had a lot more fun with the outdoor space, right? Your renderings look full of joy. There's actually more articulation in the like shade structures. Maybe those are just photoshopped in, but like it seemed like there was this kind of wonderful joy in the outdoor space, and that green wall is the first moment that you're taking what is clearly your interest and really starting to like wrap it up onto the building. And so I think it would have been really interesting to play that out a little bit more and kind of build off of that as a facade strategy, as a site strategy. There's something, again, as you said, you felt like it wasn't developed enough, but there's some real interest, and again, this conceptual thread of agriculture, food production, bring that in as part of the architecture there's a lot to be investigated, developed, wonderful precedents, and so I'm glad to see it there. But again, the kind of like decorated big box store, I want to like open it up and like let there be connections all the way through. So it's it ends up being pretty heavy and pretty dark without opening it up a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's in some ways it's torn between what Ryan, what you sort of like hinted at, like that this could be sort of like a very tongue-in-cheek reconstruction of the big box store to become something that's extremely economic, but possibly also extremely potent in terms of making space. And it feels a little torn right now because it on the one hand there are signs of an emergent sort of like heroic public architecture, like the kind of like attempt at the kind of like special structure. And I think the signals that you send out at the moment are somewhat like mixed. That allows us to, I think the signals allow us at the moment, allows Ryan to sort of like interpret this as more of a sort of like tongue-in-cheek big box reference. And on the other hand, it allows me to be like, no, more heroic architecture and public heart piece, and let the big box pieces be around the perimeter. And I think that's not quite clear what the big box, because I would actually, just to play not even devil's advocate, but like just to sort of like point out a possible other scenario would be that actually kind of everything that's around the perimeter in the master plan is just cheap and really sort of like basic, massive to protect from noise and so on, possibly even provide some shading. And then there's like this beautiful jewel heart piece at the center of this. I think that, and those are, I think, two completely different but equally valid interpretations of what this project could be, I think.
I agree, wholeheartedly. I think maybe, perhaps maybe at one time we talked about there might be a fence, a green fence, that completely surrounds the inner marketplace from the surrounding buildings. And so they then have to be connected together and sort of in a linear pathway behind that fence. And then you perforate the fence, much like you're doing the building here, so that the people that are the homeless people that are surrounding the particular area are really seen as a way of backdrop almost. They're seen as the background for the setting of this special place in the market, which the whole community becomes known as, from St. John's. They're really aware of the market and not so much of the surrounding homeless shelters that would comprise that. I do think I totally agree that the lack of daylight in the middle of the space, there was a wonderful opportunity there, and I do agree with it. That's a missed opportunity in this project.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, my idea was to add the skylight, but it has a lot of issue with the structure. So I say no, just put artificial light, and that's it.
Yeah, I think we might be moving towards a wrap up here, but I wanted to give Jimmy a chance to add his 2 cents worth. But I just wanted to point out, one of my students in the research of the project was pointing out that there's 500,000 people that don't have that are not sheltered every night in America. Even though we have such incredible wealth, the number of homeless people are growing. And what we found is, from a public health standpoint, each homeless person costs society through doctor visits from the emergency room and from other support systems over their lifetime about $1 million. So when you multiply 1 million times 500,000, the number is really astounding in terms of the cost that we're looking at to a community. So it's one of these ideas like pay me now or pay me later. So getting these kinds of amenities into the public health imperative of solving the homeless problem is really important investment in the community. And so I think the community first aspect of the projects that we've seen this morning, I think, has been one of the overriding principles. Jimmy, are you still there? Do you have something you want to add?
I did take a MBA class a couple of times, and I will use the metaphor is that a virtue carried to its extreme can become a crime. It's Shakespeare filled with the sound and fury and signifies nothing.
Yeah.
I think everyone's worked hard on all of these things, and I do think as I've been teaching a long time, I said, please define before you design, and wrap around that to research and look through all the things that you can to follow a base of that. And so I think that maybe some examples of other things would help and in looking at it a second time. And before I leave, Michael, I have to say, hot boudin and cold kush kush. Come on, tigers, push, push, push.
You got that right.
I've enjoyed being with you all, and thank you so much for inviting me and the students, and you're doing well and good.
All right, thank you, Jimmy.
You
Martin, Ryan, do you guys? We have about 10 minutes left. Do you have any parting comments that you'd like to make overall?
I mean, I just want to congratulate all the students like for having under these like really adverse circumstances in the last couple of weeks. And I've been teaching a version of this studio, not comprehensive, but integrative, which is the graduate version of this. And like, so I've seen how difficult it is for the instructor too. So Michael, I actually, you've done a remarkably good job too, I think, to keep up the momentum. And I think the students have, you know, I think deserve a little shout out just for going through and bringing their projects up to this level of completion, which I think has been much more difficult than it normally would have been, I think, if we had all been in the studio together. So I just want to sort of like mention that, because we're already kind of normalizing this, what we're doing here, as a sort of like, okay, we're reviewing projects, and it is actually not a normal you know, a normal review. So I just wanted to sort of like bring that up to everyone.
For sure. You know, Stephanie and I are teaching the other comprehensive studio, the other version of this, and so certainly we also really appreciate and respect everyone's efforts to get here today all together is quite remarkable. And I think just kind of a general parting comment for the teams we've seen so far is that you know, this struggle, this balance of systems and site and architectural resolution, you know, these are, you know, I think what we joyfully get to spend our entire careers grappling with and trying to resolve in a meaningful, elevated way. And so I think, at least from our studio, I've been really happy and excited to have these difficult conversations in studios about cost and systems and just all the pieces that go together to make a wonderful piece of architecture. Because you really can't ignore you know, all of the lessons that Michael's taught you about the systems, about the integration of those together throughout the rest of your career. And so I think the studio is seen as kind of a unique challenge within the broader context of school and the other studios you've taken, but I think it's really meaningful and a great launching point as you move into your careers. That these challenges will continue to be with you, and kind of facing them as with as much enthusiasm as you do the other elements of design and architecture are going to serve you really well. So just you know, I think hopefully you've all enjoyed you know, grappling with the struggle in the studio, and really appreciate all the work that you've produced. So thank you.
Okay, do we have any parting comments from any of the students? Sleep faster? All right, well then, hearing none, I think everybody might be a little hungry for lunch. So I want to thank again Martin and Ryan and Jim for sharing their comments with us. We learned a lot from your comments, and we really appreciate it. And I want to thank the students then for their work as well. So thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the reviews. You can always stream us in the afternoon. We have 2 more sessions to go, and the projects are very, very different from each team. So thank you all again very much.
Okay. Crosby Stills, when
Thank
they
you.
were leaving Woodstock, we are stardust, we are golden, and we have to get ourselves back to the garden
That's right.
with a little weed. I added that part.
All right, Jim. We'll see you all later.
So we are Silly Goose Design. I'm Michael.
I'm Melanie. And I'm Melanie.
And our goal was to solve homelessness by providing a place that guided people through the rehabilitation process, while also providing a sense of place in the community, and while simultaneously giving back to the community and hopefully providing a sense of fun for everyone involved. So we're going to start just briefly looking at some of our analysis. This is a map that we made just showing the relationship of our site up, which is the abandoned Home Depot up by St. John's, and its relationship to the Arc downtown, which is the current kind of homeless intake that exists in Austin. And we wanted to show that direct connection, but also the proximity to that. Take that. These are just a bunch of climate consultant charts that we looked while analyzing the site. And these are a couple maps we looked at showing the proximity of the schools and some of the nearby facilities to the site, notably how there isn't a market nearby. That's what we chose to focus on in our project. We'll get to that in a little bit. And then the map on the right just shows is a noise map we drew up, because one of the things that was most notable to us was just how noisy the site was and how gloomy it was as a result. So,
Michael, can you make the screen a little bigger, like presentation mode?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we wanted to create a campus that encourages engagement with those using the site for rehabilitation, but also engage the surrounding community. So this is one of the precedents we looked at for this idea of engagement. And this is an adaptive reuse of an old factory that was kind of in the center of a bunch of districts, and it kind of created like this dead zone between the neighboring districts. And so they reused it, and it became this neighborhood park, and it also, or neighborhood/park that engages those districts and kind of restitches the community back together. So this is our party. We decided to break up the campus into 3 zones: shelter, rehabilitation, and restoration. And so in the shelter zone, that's where intake occurs. It's also where we imagine a new shuttle stop that connects back to that Arc downtown that we showed on that previous map. And next zone is rehabilitation, which offers accommodations such as like transformation services, medical services, housing, and recreational facilities. And then the last zone, which is where our market is located, it serves to integrate those who went through this rehabilitation process, reintegrate them back into society. And this is where we have like our greenhouse, affordable housing for those who go through this process and are looking to get a place to live and their feet back under them. And it also has a park that connects to the adjacent neighborhood to the site. And then down at the bottom is just how we started massing up our site and then breaking it apart to create these little pocket parks to really just engage everyone on the campus and just create a sense of community.
So building off that, just a quick look at the development, the process. We had in this first panel, that's what was currently existing on the site. And we proposed additions to this, the facilities from Haven for Hope. And once we put the general massing down, we broke that up in order to try to open up the space and link it to the neighborhood. We surrounded the space with a Gabion wall that came from the impervious cover on the site, which we'll explain more in a little bit, in order to enclose it. And then integrated the park kind of into the site in order to try to be a good neighbor to the neighborhood, so to speak.
So these are just some maps looking at existing zoning versus our proposed zoning with our new campus massing. Yeah. And then this is kind of showing similar to that previous map we showed. Like on the left, it shows just the traffic map and then the link between the ARC and our site. And then the right is our proposed shuttle, which will just be like a constant rotation of the shuttle going back and forth between the ARC and our site so that those who don't wish to go through the rehabilitation process, we're not turning them away. They still have a place to stay, and then they can take that next shuttle back to the ARC if they'd rather stay there. This is just showing like the development of our site from 1976 up to our proposed massing. And it just kind of shows how we wanted to kind of disrupt this large box footprint that the Home Depot kind of created on the site and kind of break it up and make it a little more friendly for that neighborhood who are adjacent to us.
This was the Gabion wall that we referenced earlier. Just briefly explaining that the amount of impervious cover on the site, we're looking to break that up, use the rubble of that to kind of create this enclosure around the site. And then that also acts as sort of a marker of where the drainage is happening on the site and eventually filing to the retention ponds that are in, due to the natural grade in the far northwest of that map that you can see.
Security was like a big thing that Molly back at the Haven for Hope in San Antonio touched on, just because a lot of these people who are using the site have gone through some kind of abuse in their life, and it just helps create a sense of security and enclosure. And we didn't want like some off-putting big metal fence surrounding the site, but rather something a little more natural and fun and kind of resemble that concept of rebirth.
So here's our general site plan. Just a few noteworthy things. Where the kind of ARC bus stop that we talked about, that is our intake. That is the top right, or I'm sorry, the top left of this map where the massive PV pavilion is. And the thought behind that was to provide a place that was sheltered from, or shaded rather, from the sun, where people could wait for this bus stop if that's what they wish, or just in general hang out while they're waiting for the admission to this facility. But it also would power the site based on the size and the power output from those panels. Otherwise, from the furthest west here, we have the facilities that are transformational facilities to the public, as well as to the facility like dentists, doctors, eye doctors, stuff like that, as well as some general recreational facilities. And then when you move into the center bay, that is the living facility on site where the dormitories are, the chapel is, the cafeteria is, and then on the far right, we have the market in the bottom right corner, and the greenhouses and the affordable housing to the top, with the park that we've expanded that was previously existing.
So this is just showing fire truck access and loading zone. We have a series of like avenues coming through the project, which aren't used. They're more like pedestrian avenues, but in the case of a fire, there's access for that. And then up to the top in that middle is the primary loading, which kind of backs up to that cafeteria area and is adjacent to the greenhouse. So supplies can come and go much easier.
And kind of like what we already mentioned, for the comprehensive building design, we decided to take on the market, which is part of a restoration area. And the reason that we decided to do that is because it's kind of like part of the campus that relates not only to the campus, but also to the neighbor that's next to it. So for this, we wanted to do something more fun, more enjoyable for both the neighborhood and the campus. So we look at some precedents like the Santa Catarina Market. We looked at the roof and the structure. We looked at materials in the Nightingale. like the steel and brick and and how that works together. And also in the top precedent, we looked more about of a pavilion that's next to like the market, and we kind of use that to implement it into our own design.
So here it is, giving you a little bit of a taste of what the form is in this axon here and how it engages the park against the neighborhood. We have a wall of trees that helps border that site and try to help mitigate that edge condition. And as we've all said already, the roof is meant to just create a sense of fun, to be pleasant, so that we're doing our best to be a good neighbor to the existing community here. And again, we expanded the park that bleeds into the market, and we'll talk about that in just a second.
So this is the plan, and it shows like that part to the left of it, and it's kind of more of your traditional grocery store kind of layout, and then out in this big open exterior in the front, that's just a big pavilion that's also covered by this funky roof that we have going on, and that's more for like farmers markets and just really like whatever. Just it's a very flexible space for whatever uses they want.
Just
Elevations
to give a perspective of what we're looking at. There's the side. There you can really see the pavilion out in front of the market, and so to create that space for a potential farmers market, as Maddie talked about.
This is just showing egress. The building itself isn't too long. I think it's like 240 feet. So there's plenty of doors and access to get out, but these are just showing some possible routes in case of an emergency.
For cooling and heating system, we decided to do a radiant floor, and we did that for a variety of reasons. We wanted our roof or structure to be the main focus, so we wanted to hide the systems, and also because we wanted or heating or radiant flooring, sorry, extends to our pavilion. So we also wanted to make of that space a really enjoyable space, both like in terms of structure and thermally, since it's on the outside. So, and this is kind of showing how we integrated those systems.
Yeah. Also, like Haven for Hope, sometimes they need many places for people to sleep. And so like that will also provide an option if they're out of capacity and they just need to throw some sleeping bags down on the radiant flooring.
Yeah.
And this diagram starts just showing kind of how we integrated those systems with our current structure.
Yeah.
This shows our lighting plan, and what we really wanted to focus in our lighting plan is how we integrated it with our structure. So our lighting either highlights our structure by hanging from it, like from the joist, or by literally highlighting it from like lighting the columns on the floor, lighting the walls and the materials that we use. And there's like a diversity of lighting that we wanted to keep more like an industrial feel. So this is kind of our idea of lighting for the plan.
Here's just an interior perspective of what we're starting to think about with the interior. And we'll explain more about the structure in just a second, but you can see that it's exposed as well as the ducts following the form, as well as the lights. Just another perspective of the light we're looking at inside.
Yeah, just another interior shot on the floor.
Yeah. Or water collection, we want to use our roof to collect the rainwater that then goes into a cistern, and then either goes filtered and goes back to the building or goes into our irrigation system for our greenhouse. I will talk more about the details of how that works with our roof later on into our structure. The sections, this section in particular is showing more of how the roof is supported on the inside, which is hanging, the joists of the roof are hanging from a bow truss that then is connected into the floor. That way you transfer all the loads to the ground. And then this one is showing kind of a dual system where the outside is supported or steel columns and the inside is supported by the bow trusses.
So going into the construction where we'll finish off, as we've alluded to already, there's a massive superstructure, which is those 3 big trusses that are holding up the roof on the interior side. and on the pavilion side, then supported by columns in the pavilion. And so you can see the layering there. There's the superstructure, which has the tension rods hanging off of it that's holding up the roof. The roof is then made of a balloon frame with a series of wood members that are structured with truss joists that are running along the form of the building to give it the shape that it has. And we've highlighted on this axon here just a few details that we're going to briefly show to help explain how this construction works. Here's just a typical wall section of the interior wall space, just showing the general enclosure. And we blew it up here just to make it a little easier to look at. But anyway, here's some details. This is showing where the truss engages with the wall, where the we have a few clerestory window conditions and just showing how that is. The column conditions out in the pavilion. We'll focus on this just for a second. These are the tension rods.
Yeah. So basically, the tension rods are just connected to the bow truss and then connected back to the joist in tension. So that's basically all that's happening. And there's several of those along the joist just to be able to support the whole length of the roof.
Here's a clerestory window detail that we've mocked up. And then here's the water collection drain that we also talked about.
Yeah, so we use the natural form of the roof to kind of encourage the water flow and the collection in those lower portions of the roof. And the roof has like slight inclinations to it. So depending on whichever low point we're talking about, the water gets collected in this gutter that we have going through like the lowest point of each of these little concave areas, and then inclination encourages that water to flow out, and then it'll get on this steel drain chain thing, and it will carry down to the ground and back into our water system that we have going on.
And this is a detail showing the truss enclosure around where it penetrates the roof, and just how we're looking to try and seal that up, basically waterproofing and stuff like that. So just quickly showing how we imagine that working on the roof. And then just a couple exterior perspective thoughts of what we're thinking.
And this concludes our presentation. So if you guys have any questions, we'll take them right now.
Yeah, I think that I'll dive in with the question first, but I would like to commend you for a beautiful project and bringing joy with your roof claim and your structures. And you clearly considered your systems, both structural and mechanical, very thoroughly, and I appreciate that. If you could just talk a little bit further about your roof, I was curious about first, like what the actual, beyond just the structure, what the material is. And then also, if you could talk about like where, I know you talked about the water drainage and kind of but I was wondering in the retention pond, and how does it actually, like when it comes down to the ground, if you've kind of considered how it gets to the retention pond.
Yeah, just to briefly address the first question of the roof, you can see in this kind of detail right here. So the idea was that the truss on the bottom are exposed, and underneath, on top of that would be a wood cladding, and above that, insulation, above that, the plywood formwork that's actually creating the form, and then on top of that, the waterproofing and stripping, which is then covered with zinc paneling on the top. And that's what composes our roof. Hopefully this won't glitch out on me. As far as the water retention, we imagined there being, under the gabion walls, there would be almost like these little trenches that ran, that directed the water all the way to the retention pond. And even where there isn't a gabion wall, there are still drains in the
drainage.
ground.
Yeah, drains in the ground.
To the site.
And the pavers too that we have going throughout, creating these avenues in the pavilion and stuff, would be like permeable to help get that water down to the ground to where, when it's not being directed by these gabion walls.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really great to see that you considered all of that. And yeah, good job on those details. And I guess my only one of the other comments I was thinking about was your, at the beginning, you talked a lot about connectivity and like the connection to landscape. And I guess, it seems like you did a really good job of considering how it can kind of connect to landscape. I think usually with markets, I guess not a criticism, but it could have been taken a little bit further because the connection of the actual like activization and how to activate that with landscape, I think could have been considered a little bit further, but I think it's a joy to see that you kind of thought about what the landscape is doing, but just programmatically, I thought you could have considered like some activities beyond just like showing green and trees. But again, I think it's great that you considered it nonetheless.
Thank you.
So I have a few things to add to some of Stephanie's comments, but I think I might take a little bit of a different tack. Can you explain or reiterate again how and why you chose to focus on this portion of the site? And this is more just a clarification, not a critique. I'm just trying to understand. As I understand it, you've master planned out everything that we're seeing here. That's most of what we're seeing here. And then you chose to focus on the market specifically. And could you just reiterate and remind me why it was the market that was your focal point?
I think if I could just mention something before you say anything, Michael, is that I think one of the big points that we wanted to do is, first of all, we had to narrow down our kind of pick of what we wanted to work on. And we wanted to pick something that would not only influence our campus, but would also influence the neighborhood that was around it. Because being this like I don't want to say like a homeless shelter, but like a rehabilitation center for homeless people, sometimes the neighborhood needs to see like what the good in it or what's going to be like in for them. So we wanted to show them that this is also good for them, for the community, and because we're also helping Austin and these people that need it, so we wanted to focus on that.
Yeah, exactly. And just like you said, engaging both the community and the rehabilitation center, this also provides a place for the people going through this rehabilitation to get work and to train and get skills that will help reintegrate them back into society. So we felt it was a very important aspect of the plan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I can launch from that because I have a few things to do with the very beginning portion of how you're packaging your project, and then thinking about the end of it in terms of how, if you'd had more time, certain things that possibly could have been focused on, because there is a lot of accomplishment here, and which is exciting. And I think it's a matter of thinking about what your biggest takeaway might be from this. And so I have some broad things and then some specific things. And from the broad perspective, the strength of your project exists at just what you described there in terms of engaging the community, both in terms of the program type and the form of the building, the location. All of those decisions make a lot of sense. And you use the term campus, which I'm not sure if that's more specific to yours, if that was discussed more generally in the studio. Either way, a campus is often defined as much by its open space as it is by the built structures themselves. If we think about even the UT campus, the Goldsmith Courtyard is something that the public can relate with a little bit more, or visitors will probably remember more than any one classroom, or the West Mall or the South Mall between the six-pack. And so the campuses are often defined by those open spaces, and they shouldn't just be a leftover space. And I think there is a care that you've given to this of trying to think about that balance between solid and void and how you've articulated that. And I think there's an opportunity to go even further with that in terms of the overall master plan, where you could dissolve some of the edges of all of your buildings, especially the market, but you could imagine there being a dissolution or a blurring potentially between the park-like atmosphere and within the buildings, which could then relate to some regional architectural responses of overhangs, porches, some of those types of things that could fit not only for the market, but for other buildings as well. I think there's an opportunity for you to frame your overall master plan in a very interesting way. And in terms of the way that you've described the project, you talked about it mostly top down, mostly from the idea of this larger organizational system that you've put into place and the different decisions that you've made. And then lastly, arriving at the perspectives, the experiential perspectives. And I would encourage you to think about this, and when you speak about this project beyond and it's in your portfolio, to think about it from the beginning, describing those experiential aspects that you're trying to capture. It was somewhat latent, or it was somewhat assumed within the presentation that there was a desirable aspect to a park, for example, but it wasn't really mentioned explicitly. If you were to say, we're interested in trying to capture the virtues that exist in a park-like setting, which has to do with some variety in sectionally and in plan, and in terms of dappled light and the way that air flows through. That, as a departure point, sets up your scheme quite well, because your roof is exquisite. I think this roof is the strongest part of your project, in my opinion, and because it achieves it achieves the program, obviously it achieves the bare minimum functions of shelter of a building, but it also becomes something that is symbolic to a certain extent. It does engage the community in different types of ways. However, I think that the one thing that I think could be refined in the roof would be the very structure itself. It seems as though the arched superstructure trusses that you have seem to mostly compete with the ribbon form. And I understand it's difficult to manage this superstructure form in a single monolithic way. But I wonder if there could be some way to do it without those large truss components, because I'm not sure that I've seen examples where that at Wembley Stadium in London, for example, where the large truss is meant to define the form because the building is otherwise not so interesting, so there's an expression of the big truss. Here, I think your building has enough visual interest and formal interest that it doesn't need to express that structure. If you could find a way to integrate that within the forms, even if the belly of these folded ribbons needs to get deeper in some cases, much like the Aquatic Center by Zaha, where you absorb it within that. Likewise, same thing with, when Stephanie was mentioning water collection and those types of things, I was thinking that even the way that you've managed HVAC, and if you go to that AXO of where it shows the HVAC and shows the ducts sort of, keep going.
Sorry, it's running a little slow.
That's all right. Go to the AXO of it that shows the ducts going through.
Yeah, it's coming.
Oh, okay.
Computer doesn't love having a massive PDF and Zoom open.
Yeah, I know. This is a first for all of us, right? So it's like, I'm not sure if you're not hearing me or if but when I see this image in the top left, that's one that I would think when you see that, you'd say, we're trying really hard to take in a conventional system and cram it into something that just really isn't a conventional roof form. And I appreciate you doing this, and I think there is a lot of thought that's in this. But practically, what if, especially being a market and somewhat of a pavilion, couldn't you, if you have this radical surface you've created, could you possibly have thermally active surfaces throughout this? Because there's less interest in controlling the climate in these buildings than you might have in a typical building. And yes, we have humidity issues. We have problems with thermally active surfaces here. But when you have the radiant heating and cooling on the top right, that makes me think, there's probably a way that you perhaps could have managed it even in the floor, for example, rather than trying to tuck that into the roof. Or if you had the HVAC floating below as a whole separate system somehow. But it seems as though there could be opportunities to either incorporate all of the structure inside the roof, or pull in all the systems of the roof, or pull them completely away from it and liberate those two things. This is strangely trying to force a conventional system into something that you've done that transcends any convention. And I would say a similar thing, really overall, when you described from the outset the Gabion walls, but you didn't talk about the pavers until much later. And that sounds like a detail, but I think that there's a lot of strength in a lot of the ideas that you have, where you're thinking about convention and what's a conventional paved surface like, and how can we do something a little bit different. and allowing that to span all the way across the site, and then to, and then down to the scale of the intersection of your thermal envelope, your building envelope inside and outside. How do those things flow across? How do they transition? How does the paving change? Maybe there are 3 different zones between completely outside, covered but not inside, and inside. The same thing to do with HVAC, the same thing for rainwater collection, the structure, all those types of things. I think there's an opportunity to have tweaks here to enhance this even further. I feel like I've been talking for a while. Is there another reviewer that hasn't spoken yet? We probably have to start winding down, Michael, I imagine.
Right. No, I would just second you though, but yeah, definitely looking at the HVAC, I would agree 100% clearly that's just not practical or feasible. So you definitely would have to reconsider how that's handled, whether it's in the raised floor system and kind of part of the whole radiant cooling or independent structure. But yeah, just repeating that, but also, yeah, the strength is in your roof plane. And I think that just formally, you could have also considered breaking the square form, because it's such an organic form of this beautiful shape, and it seems like it kind of wants to break out from that. But yeah, again, I think, good job on, like, you definitely have considered everything, and it's just a matter of, how it's achieved. But yeah, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to just interject that Anna Dyson from Yale has informed me that not only has she come down positive, but her entire family, and including some of them being hospitalized. So our heart goes out to her family. And I just thought I'd explain for you all. At any rate, I think we've come to the end of it. And I think I really appreciate at least the fact that you guys were trying to bring some joy to this sort of notion of the homeless population, that the outreach that they are providing for which is really where you put your big emphasis in this market. The idea is, of course, that it's a job training facility for the final stage of those people that are in this homeless facility. And so it also offers an amenity to the neighborhood. So I think it's very much that sort of idea of the link. And I think Matt's notions about looking at the resultant spaces that you've created, not only from the broad canopy of the PVs as the intake facility, and that sort of walkway, that connection back into the campus where it intersects the main mall, and then that the mall actually feeds into the area between the park and the green, between the market and the greenhouse. For some reason, I think if I was going to be critical at all at this point, and I guess I've been critical enough during the semester, is that, that space, that resultant space between the two of them, I think is really one of the major spaces that bleeds into your outdoor market. And I'm not so sure that I think that the little green patch that you have, I know it's a big space and something like that, and you didn't want to make it formal, but I think maybe that could use some more development. But overall, I wanted to, say that I really appreciate the fact that you've taken the systems integration at least as an opportunity for design, as opposed to just looking at a conventional way of incorporating those. Okay, so I think we need to move on now. Ember, I think you and Smita are next. So we see that you're online and together. So we'll give you the floor. And I think we're absolutely right on time.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start sharing our screen.
So I'm Amber.
I'm Smita.
And we are Trace Studios. So can we begin?
Yeah. So as our first step, we did a climate analysis on our site, which the previous group explained is that Home Depot lot. So it's a very large lot. It's pretty much a big paved surface, lots of parking spaces. And so we did a climate analysis. It was, as we all know, Austin's climate, but it's temperate, can get pretty hot. And so we just felt like that was a good place to start off our site analysis. And then we went into a demographic analysis of Austin and of the site that we were looking at a closer look, which we felt was important because of the nature of the program. As you can see, Austin is very diverse, but it's very separated. And so one of the big things that we wanted to do with our project was kind of create a community in which we have a little more integration and in which we're kind of removing stigmas from the concept of homelessness and really incorporating the community so that we're working towards a better kind of concept for homelessness that is used in the future as well, not just on this one project. And this is our proposed site lot.
So it's located in the St. John neighborhood. It's a little bit north of 2222. It's located right off of I-35. And from what we could tell in this diagram that there aren't many ways of access, public transportation ways. And so thinking about like where homeless shelters are located now, like the Arc downtown, that's one of the main ones that we have available in Austin. So our first go at what we wanted this to be was how to access it, because if you're homeless, you don't really have a car, or maybe you do, but it's transportation is a major issue. And so just given the site, we wanted to see like where it was connected to I-35, where were the bus routes, and how would we get people there? And so this is what that diagram is showing of the existing bus routes and access points, but also proposed. So like Smita had said, our main objective was to remove the stigma around homelessness because things happen. And as we learned at Haven for Hope, anybody is susceptible to homelessness, anything can happen, anything can change. And so one of our main goals and objectives with that actually began with ARC. So if you've ever been to ARC downtown and you've seen a lot of people congregating on the sidewalks outside the homeless shelter, they're actually not homeless. A solid majority of them aren't homeless. It's a sidewalk culture that is very prominent in the Latino and African American communities. And so that is a way that they have a sense of community, is by joining on the sidewalk, and that's where they play cards, or that's where they connect with family members and friends. And for us, that's something we just don't want to take away from them if it's so important to like what it is to be homeless. And like if that's the sidewalk is their house as of right now, and that's how they communicate with one another, that's really important to them. So that's kind of where we built off of what we wanted our master plan to be.
So in an effort to integrate the complex into the community, we decided to focus on the sidewalk culture by creating in-between spaces as shown in the diagrams on the left, offsetting the grids, creating diverse building typologies, and really focusing on like the pocket parks and the sidewalks and public spaces that we can create. We created a various set of street typologies, which all our standard 25-foot streets, as well as sidewalks with public programming, connection paths between buildings, across the streets, and smaller trail systems. So in the end, our master plan could end up looking like a very large street diagram with different sizes and typologies. And on the right is a transportation diagram of different public transportation uses.
So after we decided that that was kind of what we wanted to focus on, we split it into 7 different zones. So if you look down at zone 1, there's an added bus stop right there. So we figured as buses get off of I-35, that would be the greatest access point for the public, for the general public. And so right there in zone 1 will be administration, volunteer, coordination, intake, And so moving from zone 1 into zone 2, that's going to be more of our career services. So marketing, we actually thought it would be a great idea to incorporate ACC, Austin Community College, on the campus. So people have an opportunity to grow and expand their education, but also serve the community. So that's kind of zone 2. Bumping up to zone 3, it's a central location. And so that is our medical hub. So different clinics, different services, rehab facilities that allow not only homeless people to get the medical attention they need, but also the neighborhood. And then zone 4 will actually serve zone 5. Zone 4 is our food kitchen area for the permanent residents, which is zone 5. Those are the residences. But it also offers some outdoor space that allow for outdoor picnics and different types of congregations around food. And so if you want to jump to zone 5.
Zone 5 is our residential area. So there's women's housing, family housing with the daycare attached, and men's housing. It is close to the public park, which is also edging the community itself. So it kind of provides some interaction between the two. Zone 6 has a small chapel and a career services building that is accessible to both the community and the complex. And then zone 7 is where we chose to focus on for our further development. It houses the market space. And so zone 7 is quite a large chunk of the master plan, but we felt like it had the largest potential for connection to the community. So these are all our zones and just kind of an overview of what these areas would look like. And this is our fleshed out master plan with all the zones, all the buildings, and then in the bottom right-hand corner is our market space. These are just some site sections to show the different areas of green space between the buildings and just the kind of overall layout.
So this is our basement space of our layout. It would be an underground parking situation that you could access both markets to. So jumping into our plan, in terms of market, we chose market because one, the neighborhood doesn't have a lot of access to grocery stores. And so if we're gonna have a large campus, we need to have an opportunity for like people to congregate and actually get food. So we thought of that as a great opportunity to serve the community. But also we chose the market because in Austin, farmers markets are very popular, but also it provides people an opportunity to meet one another and engage in a way that isn't judgmental, because they're all there for the same reason, to feed themselves, to engage in community, to outreach and sell products. And also that's a great opportunity for them to make money if they have like a craft that they want to sell. So we started thinking of the various ways that like people sell and want to interact with one another. So we cut it through the streetscape because a lot of food trucks are a form of market. People that sell out of their cars, there's opportunity to sell out of their cars, but also the green space doubles as a way to serve the market clientele with like tents or farmers market. And then if you go into the building on the left, that is actually an open air, not an open air, an open space where the outlying rooms are permanent spaces that people can rent out. Whereas that middle section with the gray partitioned off area is more of an open space that you can go in and sell your product.
Can you show that with your cursor?
Oh,
can you
okay.
point to that?
So this area right here is where you could go in and bring your own little market space, whereas the outlying ones are more permanent. And then if you go across the street into this area, this will be a permanent grocery store that the entire community can access. And so rather than individuals selling its goods, it'll provide everyone with more consistent food accessibility. And then going upstairs on the left, it's more of the same, permanent, and then open space for open market. And then we decided to keep with that idea of creating opportunity for market space. We decided to bridge the two. And so you bridge the two over into this greenhouse area, which is a permanent greenhouse that serves the community, but also offers classes and opportunity for learning and teaching people how to grow their own food and expand that idea of what a market could be and what it could offer to the community.
So these are some of the sections we've cut through. As you can see on the top one, that's just cutting through the food market and the permanent grocery store with the connection to the parking garage that stretches between the two buildings. On the first floor, we have that permanent food space, and on the second floor, we have that greenhouse. The second section cuts through both. In this section, you can see the atrium space, in the left-hand side building, the market stalls, and then the permanent spaces on this lining the edges of the building. This is the third section, which cuts through just the left side section. A large focal point of this section was the fact that on the right side, behind the permanent food hall, there is an outdoor market area. So that also is included in integrating the outdoor versus indoor and having this whole lot be a part of the market space, not just the building itself. Some sections cut at on the other axis. In this one, you can see, on the top one, you can see the permanent food market, and the bottom is the less permanent artisan market. Sorry, switch that. But yeah, as you can see in the bottom, there's the greenhouse and then the grocery store. And then on the top, you can see permanent locations on the left side and more, less permanent locations on the right. And then these are some of our elevations. The top is our north facade. And so a lot of our main structural qualities are big trusses with wooden glulam structures. And so you can see that through our facades and the glass panes that are held in place by these wooden panels. And the bottom is our west facade elevation. Moving into structure, this is our structural grid. This is our axon. As you can see, they're large glulam trusses, and everything is glulam construction, and we wanted it all to be very exposed because we thought it was very beautiful, and it was just very cost effective and just a natural, like very humble material. Yes.
So this is our wall section. Like Smita said, we're doing glulam construction. So for the wall section, we wanted to show this curtain wall that we have configured. It's of spandrel glass, and it'll actually hang off the edge of the building. But the way we connected it, those wooden structures that you saw in our elevation or on the wood facade, they have steel members on the interior that make or give structural integrity to the curtain wall itself, then connects back to the spandrel glass. So that actual system doesn't connect back to the glulam, it connects to this curtain wall system that we've created with these steel columns that are hidden by a wood facade.
And then you can see our glulam column and beams and their connections.
Yeah.
And above the beam is a type of ceiling we tried to put in. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so instead of using metal decking, we wanted to keep with the wood theme that we had going throughout the building. So we actually use CLT panels. And as you can see, they're staggered. We did that to hide systems within it. There's a building, I think it's in Seattle, that did something similar. But in that case, we found it a really great way that we were able to hide electrical systems and plumbing systems, but still integrated in a system that maintained that quality of wood that we wanted to keep consistent throughout the project. And then on that second floor, there is some wood flooring, but on the bottom floor, those connection points are connected to concrete. It's kind of like a place and joint system. So we decided to keep the floors concrete just to make maintenance easier, especially on those ground floors. If they're going to be open market spaces, it's going to be easier to clean. And let's say that like there's extreme weather one night and they need to house a surplus of homeless people, they are able to stay on that floor and make it easier for cleanup and make it more of an open space.
These are some of our details. The one on the left shows our roof and truss connection, showing the glass skylight, the cladding, and the trusses. And then the one on the right shows our glue lamp beam and column connection, as well as the CLT panels and the flooring of the second floor. Mm-hmm. This is just to show the trusses and how they're put together. It's a double frame truss with purlins in the middle. So as you can see from that diagram.
This is how we intend to connect the exterior connection between all the glue lamp members. It'll be a steel gang joint that drills into the internal structure of the glue lamp. And then on your right is a curtain wall detail. That steel beam will connect back to the concrete foundation and carry upwards. That will further connect the spandrel glass exterior to the system.
Yeah. This is a connection from the column to the first floor.
That concrete.
The concrete.
That's what we were talking about. So this is our HVAC system. We had some issues figuring out the atrium since it was such a wide open space. So we split into 2 mechanical rooms on the left building. And then on the right building, the permanent market grocery store, there's one mechanical room. And so these are each of our zones and how we chose to mitigate that. And so as you can see, it wraps around the atrium, but also services all the different rooms and permanent spaces along the way. And same with this diagram.
This is our plumbing system. As you can see, so our biggest thing is that there are 2 different buildings. So we have 2 different systems servicing them. We took the collection of the surface water into cisterns and decided to filter them and make them into the usable water for the toilets and the plumbing of the greenhouse. And then taking that wastewater out from the restrooms and such, and filtering it back into gray water, which can repump it back into systems being used in the buildings. These are some of the lighting typologies that we wanted to use in our building. Recessed bar lighting, recessed canned lighting, and hanging bar lighting. We felt that these all went very well with the wooden kind of theme we had going on. And so you can see them in our plans.
That's the parking garage, very generic. This is the first floor of our buildings that each building or each space has a different lighting typology. The hallways in the top left area, they have these recessed barred lighting that allows for circulation and pushes you throughout the building, where it also has can lighting. And up in this area, that's the hanging lights we were talking about to create like an emphasis when you first walk in from this community. And then this is upstairs. So if you go back to this picture, this is what we imagined how our ceiling will look with that drop ceiling effect. And so that's why they lined up as so. They go in between the trusses and they integrate within the system of the CLT boards.
This is an egress plan, just marking all the fire exits and the exits to leave the buildings. This is a shot of the upstairs view overlooking the atrium. This is our entryway. So you can see that there's like an opening in the second floor where you can look down kind of into the building. This is our greenhouse in the second building. This is the artisan marketplace. And then a shot of the upstairs overlooking into the bridge and into the second building. The exterior, this is the bridge. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you, guys. Questions?
I don't think I have questions. I think I might just start my response. And so, first of all, I thought that your presentation was very well, the verbal presentation especially, was very well orchestrated. I felt as though you had a lot of confidence, and you walked through this quite seamlessly in a very smooth way, and that helped a lot to try to connect the dots between everything that you're doing. So there wasn't, as a result, that it didn't leave me with a lot of questions in terms of, oh, you know, what am I looking at? Where are we? What's going on? You were able to stitch those things together. So I think my criticism and feedback would be more along the lines of, how could this go further? And I'll first, as a precursor, mention that I realize a lot of the challenge of this typology, and you even said it yourself. You mentioned choosing the truss to do with it being a very humble material, I think was the adjective you used. And I think that's appropriate. It's appropriate to think of, you know, how do we choose something that's fairly efficient and economical and for this program. But I also think it's possible to rethink the use of some of those components, whether it's the trusses, whether it's the overall layout of the buildings, to allow them to transcend, to become something a bit more than utilitarian structures. And you've done that somewhat. There are some ways where that really happened quite well. And then there are other opportunities where it didn't seem as though it happened as much. And if you maybe go to, well, I should stay here for a moment. I actually think you should have led with this slide. I think you should lead with this slide. You could bookend your whole presentation with this slide. And maybe abstract. I think this image could use some, it's somewhere between trying to be photorealistic and it's abstract. I would push it one way or the other. For the sake of time, I'd probably push it to be more abstract. But if you were to say from the outset that, and really play off your title, if you're talking about street smarts, and if you were to say the street smarts is a double entendre, it's about unique sets of knowledge that aren't taught in the typical canon of the academy and in school. They're about different sets of knowledge, but it's also about thinking about streets and transportation as a mode of conveyance. How do people move through places? How do we think about surfaces, access, removal of barriers to drive an entire scheme? How do we think about laying out the entire scheme so that it can deal with circulation of different types from different realms? And then you can have this pastoral landscape that can slip through that as well, and the two can intersect and overlap at different times. You could manage that sectionally, and then the structure and the volumes themselves just operate in and around that system, rather than putting the buildings down in your early diagrams, your early master plan, and then all of the circulation happens around that. What if you thought about that as the reverse? You're trying to think about how can one move through all these spaces? How do we create these different environments? And then how can we place buildings within that? And I think you're close to that. And then maybe if you go back to the floor plan, I'm not sure how fast you can move through your slides, but if you can go back to the floor plan that shows the lower level.
How is it? Once it's going through it, it's just lagging a little. This one?
Yeah, that one, right. So this begins to do that. I think that it begins to do a bit of what we're describing. I think it stays, it's quite conventional in terms of the overall perimeter. It sticks so strictly to that box, and just the double doors that are punched as openings around. It probably could go a little bit further in terms of thinking about what might that transition be from outside to inside to recreate that market experience, those pop-up structures as they exist, so that you're effectively allowing the street to just roll into the building. And I think that's what you're trying to do figuratively, but ultimately it depends upon sort of a conventional means. So for example, even if there just were different types of big garage doors that opened up and almost a vestibule surface on either the top left corner and the bottom right corner of that square volume, and different components that allow you that is both a site move, but then becomes a tectonic move. It becomes about the building skin and about ultimately the structure. And likewise, if you were to say, when you got to the end and you talked about HVAC and you talked about the lights, that was quite intriguing, and it felt as though it was an afterthought, the way that was presented. I mean, I think it could have been presented almost you almost could present your whole project in reverse. And then I think it might allow you to to get to some different things. So if you were to talk about field conditions, because that's one thing that I don't think you've addressed much, but there is some of that, whether it's the structure and the columns, the way they lay out, these trusses, you have to set up a grain, the lights, which all go into place. But what if we imagined that you were creating a field of lights all the way across the site, and these nodes and points that exist all the way across the site, and then there happen to be some enclosed spaces that slip in and around those components. There happens to be roof forms, these trusses that float between the trees and in and around them. That, I think, might unlock and allow this to become something that could be a little more potent in terms of how it reads as an overall experience and building. So I think you're right on the brink of that. I think you have the ingredients of that, but it's lacking just a bit of that, how that larger narrative of what you're trying to do, how that gets executed in terms of the building configuration, the structural layout, the lighting, the circulation, all those things. And so I think it's as much about thinking about how you package it and carry this on, but also thinking about how you might tweak some of these things if you have more time before it goes to your portfolio in terms of how you represent that. And I'll make one last very specific example. If you go to maybe the A105, if four sheets past this, this is one of the more successful. So this top image, even though I think this section could be crafted graphically to be let's just say more rich or stronger. What you've got here is one of the more powerful versions of this top version, the partee of this at least, where you do begin to dissolve inside and outside a little bit, especially on the right side, where you can tell that there is a bit of slippage from outside to inside. The roof form slides out a bit past that. But then when you go to M102, by the time you go to the detailed wall section, this then betrays that a little bit, it defies that in terms of it being completely inside, outside, and nothing, whether it's an overhang, whether it's some type of vestibule, some type of way to negotiate between inside and outside. And this just might be one particular, of course, not every side of the building needs to do that, but I would think that one where you might take the wall section could perhaps show where you take this very normal system, is very, not normal, let's just say a consistent, regular gridded system for a structure. And there's maybe, one place where you deviate a little bit from that. And so again, there's nothing wrong with what we're seeing here, but I think that after you set up something that's quite repetitive and predictable, then that gives you the opportunity to decide where do we deviate from that. And this could have been one opportunity within this section or one other to show a little bit how you begin to allow for those tectonic execution components that relate to the larger idea of removing the stigma of homelessness, removing barriers, blurring lines, setting up transition, which this sort of feels like, well, there's outside and now there's this thing. Everyone, it seems so defensive, the way that it looks in this particular section, that I think perhaps could be different. So. But again, there's a lot of strong work here, especially in this format. I'll let Stephanie talk. I've gone to.
No, honestly, those were my thoughts exactly. Again, I kind of similar comment to the last group. I think there was a real missed opportunity with that connection to the landscape, and particularly, I was excited about it for you guys because from the beginning you started talking about the sidewalks and the kind of how the homeless population, really populates the sidewalks and finds that as like the kind of way they engage with each other. And so I felt like if you go to the sections where you try to kind of extend them and start showing that landscape, you simply just showed these like picnic tables, but you can imagine, that like, and you also talked about like food car trucks, like, and I just feel like if you really connected and blurred those lines, that your project would have been exponentially more successful, and yeah, I think that that connection and that bleeding of like the indoor and outdoor, and if you want to go to your site plan, that would be, yeah, but I mean, I'm just kind of reiterating what Matt's already said here, but that was exactly what I was going to say. I think, you have like that kind of connection of these two buildings, but I feel like if you really broke the planes of, even your section kind of just has like this these sort of very rectilinear typologies, where if you felt like there were like more open and had more like a garage doors or more fluidity to these spaces, it would really add to that sort of sidewalk concept. And like this, again, the landscape shown underneath here, you know, you could have activated those spaces. When you think, the first thing that I think of when I think of these sort of community market spaces, I think of also the outdoor spaces as much as I think about the indoor spaces. Like when you go to urban farmers markets, you're outdoors, and just, I feel like the kind of connections to the outdoors is where I've really seen kind of the limitations of the project. But as Matt said, you very clearly considered it and you tried to kind of capture it, but it was all within the building perimeter. And that's just kind of, it really wants to break out into those spaces through the architecture, where the architecture is, you know, bleeds more. So yeah, definitely kind of similar comments, but those were the exact same thoughts I had.
Yeah.
I think you're bringing up something that's, I think, pretty profound, is that while we've seen a lot of courtyards, and I think in some ways, maybe because of Jefferson, that the courtyard is such a strong image in our minds here in America. But if you think more about the loggia and the difference between, and how the loggia was used in Renaissance planning, in terms of the way it was the interface between the building and the street, and so I think in hearing Stephanie and Matt, it would be really interesting then to really hone back in on that interstitial space between the surrounding spaces and the building, that loggia space, the verandas or whatever, to begin to talk about that as a function of the street culture. Okay, I think we're right on time. We're actually about 5 minutes early. So I'm going to let the third group, I think that's Anaya and Sydney. You guys are on right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Hello. Let me share my
Hello.
screen. Can you guys see that?
Yes.
All right, so my name is Sydney.
My name is Ananya, and together we are SLAM.
So kind of starting to address some of the site concerns and also concerns of providing safety and security and kind of the habitability of this site. We were very interested in creating this sense of place for both the greater public, but also for the Haven for Hope community, and kind of looking at that through a series of interconnecting roads and courtyards and overlapping zones. And then we specifically also focus in on the market and how this can be an intersection of some of those concepts, which we'll discuss later.
Yeah, so our idea was kind of, by creating a sense of community, we're going to create a sense of place. And so these diagrams that are on the screen right now show some of the existing site conditions, so like the sun, the drainage map, and the party diagram shows the center of our campus, where the zones that we're going to talk about in a few minutes all overlap. And that central one is kind of the zone of safety, which has access also to all parts of the site. These diagrammatic sections here show the dramatic slope of the site, and we address that by creating a kind of a plinth for part of the site and bringing that up to the same level.
So kind of looking at the overall master plan, as it's been discussed, there are some of those existing buildings, including the Home Depot, which we are removing, and kind of removing a lot of the impervious cover that's currently on the site and saving that concrete for later use in a gabion wall. We did want to make sure that we saved the existing park that the neighborhood did work hard to get and is a cherished location. And then moving on into the zones that we started creating, we wanted to look at both this green space buffer that still provides this sense of place for the neighborhood and connect that towards the campus, having the more public buildings and transformational services on 35, and then also having a corner for the food and marketplace. After creating those zones, we started looking at how some of those kind of the existing lines on the site can start to subdivide the 500-foot setback so that housing is behind that. Some of the existing roads, the fence line, and the drainage paths to start cutting through those masses.
Mm-hmm. We also begin to break up the masses by using courtyards that provide areas for coming together of people and like different pockets of privacy within that. And then the courtyards are connected through intersecting pathways, allowing for the flow of people and creating fire egress. And then we also wanted to consider the massing pressed against the highway as a sort of filter to the campus. And this filter is made up of a series of greenhouses, which we will talk a little bit more in a little bit.
So looking at the overall master plan, here's that central zone where we are locating the more private elements of Haven for Hope, starting with entry on the bus stop and then going in through intake, and then having the housing in the corners, and then starting to look at how those intersecting roads are going into the other zones and providing that connection through those courtyards. Specifically going through those, going from here to the more public realm. Here's a pedestrian path that's cutting through the campus and providing an alternative walkway that's not right up against I-35. And then having these be the more transformational services, medical, vision, dental. And we were interested in providing a library as some additional flex space and also to encourage more education and another just good community location that's a part of this public bar.
Mm-hmm. So that brings us to the marketplace, which is the building that we are focusing on. And it acts as a cornerstone to the campus and allows for, as I said earlier, all the zones kind of coming together in that courtyard. And it's sort of an intersection of the public and private programs. And then moving over to the right is the affordable housing with also a series of courtyards. And then continuing around the pinwheel, the green space that's there, we decided to keep the retention pond and keep St. John's Park, which, as Sydney mentioned earlier, was cherished by the neighborhood community. And we also wanted to leave that strip of green space so that the neighborhood could maintain some amount of privacy being next to a campus. There's also a park pavilion, which serves as the like a non-denominational reflection space, and a children's daycare center, which is accessible by both the neighborhood and by family housing.
So, as Ananya's kind of mentioned, we're looking closer at the market and kind of how it's that intersection of both transformational services, but also healthy living and urban farming techniques and that sense of community, and how can this provide both of those, not just a location to buy food. And these were kind of some of the precedents that we were looking at, some of the materiality of that.
So this brings us to our marketplace building. And so the first diagram shows kind of the plinth and how we raised the site to be level with the transformational services, and that provides parking underneath as well. The second one shows the intersection of the different programs from the campus and the L-shaped building being a capstone. And then the next diagram shows the changes we made to the masses based on the site conditions. So bringing out that overhang for some sun shading and then lifting the building to block noise from Highway 183, which is to the north. The next one talks about the greenhouse envelope. So our entire third floor is a greenhouse, and it sort of plunges down at different bays. And we chose aeroponics as our form of urban farming, because it utilizes less water and because it uses the exact amount that the plants need. And it also has a pretty quick production rate of plants. Yeah, and then we have the circulation. There's a large vestibule that kind of shows the entryway. And then the next one talks about filters, which we will cover in another minute.
So yeah, one of the overall things that we were really interested in exploring is how that envelope of the greenhouse is coming down into the other programs and really providing that connection between fresh produce and how that can be used as a platform for both educational opportunities and community opportunities. So dealing with kind of the bar on Blackson being more of the educational services, and then having the food hall and marketplace as the community services, and how those are connecting through this greenhouse that's coming down over it.
So again, back to the filters. So for sun, to address sun, we use the greenhouses. We have these light wells through the market and food hall space, which provide light throughout. And we also have shading devices in the form of these photovoltaic panels. And then sound barrier, we use a gabion wall to block noise from both of the highways that are nearby. For air quality, we use the greenhouse, and there's a system with that. And the last filter is to kind of show the filtration of people going in and out. And we looked at this idea of certain stands and shelving that imply movement around.
It was important to us overall to really address that we are in kind of the harsher location of the site, and addressing how we're going to make this area habitable and enjoyable. And that's what we were trying to do through some of these filters. So starting to look at the sections, this is being cut through the section A is being cut through the more community bar, dealing with the market on the lower floor, and then the food hall connected through the upper floor, and having these light wells that come through the greenhouse to bring in more natural light to those spaces. And in these similar bays where the greenhouses protrude down in the background, that provide access for people to actually go in and pick their own vegetables from the plants, and have that relationship between this urban farming technique into some of these other spaces, which can be shown more in section B, how it's beginning to envelope over. And then also in section B is showing more of the service side of the aero farms, which is the aeroponic farming technique, looking at training kitchens, open offices, laboratory space, and then a flex space.
So this is the ground floor plan, where you can see the access from the street. There are also cisterns incorporated, and you can also see a quick pickup parking spot for quick grocery pickups. And there's also a staircase that leads from the garage up into the plaza on the next floor.
And that was to help address the dramatic slope on this portion of the site, so that we have ground floor on both sides, which can be seen here. Having that public cut through the entire site, and how the plaza becomes an offset of that to bring people into through the vestibule being the main entrance into the service bar, but then also having the opportunity for this bar to be a bit more porous and has garage doors, so that on nice weather days the market can actually open up to the rest of the courtyard, and that can become an extension of that. And then this is also beginning to show how those greenhouses are interacting on the different floors for people to be able to enter both the market and also things like a training classroom. So it's really emphasizing the idea of farm to table.
So the next floor, this is above the marketplace, is the food hall. And here you can see the large light wells that plunge through and kind of connect the floors above and below to each other. There's also outdoor seating here where people can also filter in and out of. And then on the bar against Blackson, we have a lab for the aero farming yeah, for the air farms, and we have an open office space as well. And again, you can see the interaction of the greenhouses on this level as well.
And then this is the third floor, which is the major growing zone for the facility, and having these different roof heights as shown in the section to create these different zones for planting, and then also making sure there's a workstation for them, and then having those connections through those light wells into the lower programs.
And this is the roof plan.
So this is kind of a view taken from that courtyard plaza looking towards the vestibule. You can begin to see how those greenhouses are plunging down with those photovoltaics that are providing shading from the southwest sun. And then also the marketplace and the food hall having that more porous connection to the plaza courtyard.
And this is a view of the market space. So you can see the large social stair that with the light wells that like open out into it. And then you can also see kind of those shelves that are lower to the ground, so that imply sort of this movement around them.
This is actually standing inside of one of those pockets of the greenhouse that protrudes down for the market and the food hall, and being able to interact with this storage and being inside the shells with the photovoltaics.
This is the food hall where there's seating and vendors. And then to the left, you can also see the connection from the greenhouse to this floor and then down into the market.
And then lastly, being up in that greenhouse area, which is completely filled with light and has these large open spaces for working and having the different conditions with the different roof heights and the different zones for plantings and the photovoltaics in the background. So very quickly for the structure, because we were plinthing to provide that parking garage for the dramatic slope, we were using concrete, and we wanted to continue that language into the other social floors here, and also highlighted in green here, so that we would really emphasize the greenhouse and how the greenhouse is coming down and touching the ground and really starting to envelop the space. So this is the walkthrough of kind of those concrete programs, and then moving into the steel framing with the plexiglass and aluminum that's overlapping that.
So for the water systems, the axon to the left shows where water is used throughout the building. And then the section begins to show the rainwater flowing into the gutters that are between the roof pitches, which then flows down into cisterns. The one on the left is filtered out and used and turned into potable water, which is then used throughout the building. And then the cistern to the right, on the right side of the screen, is also filtered and then used for irrigation on the site. And then we also shown is a cogeneration pump, which is on a different spot on the site, but that's used for radiant heating and cooling floors throughout. And then for the mechanical systems, so in section, so usually there's a 500-foot setback for buildings to protect against the particulate matter from the highway, but we wanted to reclaim 200 feet. So we decided to use a system that cleans the air as well. So the air from the highway flows up and up into the air and then is pulled into a chase, which then goes through a swamp cooler where it's—
Can you blow that up?
Oh,
yeah.
Zoom in.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. So it goes in through the chase and a swamp cooler where it's filtered and humidified, and then it circulates throughout the greenhouse and then exits through the operable windows. And then we also utilize the stack effect to pull air up from below, and then that gets also added into the cycle.
And that's being done through the photovoltaic layer that's protruded off the building. And then once we have this clean air cycle kind of cleaning the air for the courtyard, we also wanted to bring that into as the fresh air ducts for the marketplace. We're using zoom back out. Radiant heating and cooling system. So we really just need the air circulation. And we're using a series of these biophilic filters that are drawing the air down into these other spaces as shown in this axon and through here in this section. And then because we're using hollow core slabs for the floors, we are able to then use the fresh air ducts so that they were sized so that they would read as beams in the marketplace, and then the air can go through the hollow core slabs and out a register. So it's a very clean look and not taking up a large amount of space.
Okay, so I guess we'll go through the lighting and HVAC plans real quickly. So this is the garage, and we kind of wanted to bring light in from the courtyard. So the use of sun tunnels is implemented here. Yeah. And then this is also on the right. This is the point of egress from the higher floors.
Again, here you can see where those fresh air ducts are running parallel to the beams that are in the structure, and then introducing the lighting around that. And then you can also see in the plaza the smaller light protrusions that are bringing light into the garage, and then conversely at night, the garage lights are then lighting up the plaza. And then seeing the radiant heating and cooling, and then dealing with egress for this floor. It is on ground level with one half the site, just a bit easier versus on the second floor, having to go through the fire stairs out onto the floor 0 that's level with 35. Also on the second floor with the marketplace, the lighting and HVAC system is fairly similar with the introduction of the lab space having its own fresh air duct, and then also expanding the radiant heating and cooling out onto the patio so that that space can also be heated and cooled and still have uses during other times, not just nice weather.
And then in the greenhouse, the main lighting used are work lights and then the UV grow lights, which will illuminate purple at night. And then you can also see the light wells that go through. And then on the east side of the building, you can kind of see the chases and the swamp coolers in plan. And then, yeah.
Starting to run out of time very quickly, just an elevation showing that beginning to wrap the building, and also how we're accounting for the difference in height from the ground floor up to the plinth to the pedestrian walkway. And then also looking at the courtyard facade and how that's transitioning from the concrete to the metal structure, and then also having the overlap. And then on the 35 side, how the gabing is providing more of that sound barrier, but the greenhouse is starting to envelop and have those PV shading. That's for the cleaning the air. And that's
so in
both of those.
So in this wall section, you can see that double envelope that creates the stack effect and the photovoltaic louvers.
Yes, and then the greenhouse interaction.
Right, yeah.
And then conversely on that other side, the concrete system going through, having the curtain wall with the permeability for the marketplace, and then the outdoor seating for the food hall, all in concrete. And then here's where it begins to transition to the other steel framing. And some quick details, fairly typical concrete pier friction pylon and slab system for the foundation.
This is the transition from the second to the third floor, and we wanted to focus on like the concrete materiality, which is why we're using this double beam so the insulation can run in between that. There's also a gabion wall to kind of bring that around to this base of the building as well. And then this detail shows the transition from the concrete column structure into the rigid frame.
And then the roof detail and just talking about how the frame is connected to the purlins that are holding up this aluminum and plexiglass system, and then also how that is then introducing gutters to bring the water down into the cisterns. So overall, we really wanted to create this iconography on the street that is this encouraging this intersection of urban farming techniques through community and education.
And through that, we can create a sense of place.
Great.
Now take questions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think I have questions. I'll also just kind of dive in here. I do think I really appreciate kind of your concept diagrams in terms of like the filtration systems and the courtyard concept. I think that you really kind of, you executed those successfully. I guess the only question is, and again, perhaps criticism, is whether by doing so and creating these courtyard concepts, if you don't mind going to kind of the A202 diagrams or even the A503 filtration diagrams, where we kind of see those courtyard ideas. I think my question started becoming, again, if this is a marketplace that's supposed to connect with the peripheral community, it feels like almost it's turned its back to it entirely by trying to execute the courtyard idea. And there's that same question of where's the having that sense of porosity, because people basically have to come all the way around to kind of where the sidewalks, the stairs are, to kind of get to the sort of courtyard and the beauty of the project. But the whole street side is kind of serving as, again, this is not a criticism, but just it does bring kind of that sense of safety and security and enclosure that you talked about at the beginning. But I just think that maybe there were ways of having like some more punctures within these gabion walls, right? And these like real senses of kind of barrier to kind of reconnect to the community and reactivate that ground plane. Again, also you have kind of the parking lot at the bottom, and you're really celebrating this sort of greenhouse concept at the very top of your project. But usually marketplaces have those kind of at the bottom, right? You can actually, and I do appreciate that in this floor plan, you show that, you've at least brought those kind of greenhouse spaces down so that people can celebrate them more. But I'm just wondering if maybe that could have been done beyond this, where you kind of got that sense where it bled into the inner courtyard as well, to kind of create that sort of fluidity. But again, I think that with that said, you could argue against what I'm saying in terms of saying, well, you executed that kind of courtyard idea very successfully. And I think I really love when you started highlighting the filtration systems and how these like gabion walls really filtered the air pollution and sound, and you really considered those ideas, and you not only considered it like you executed them and through the details of, and I want to applaud you for that. I think that's definitely a highlight of your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think those comments are well taken. So first of all, I think this is a very thorough project. You've clearly addressed. It is a comprehensive and integrative project, in many ways. And for all of you today, we understand this is a complex format or a new format for us to operate within. And I think that this project is very well rounded overall. I think that there are plenty of things, as Stephanie's saying, there are arguments you could take on different sides of how to do this. What I appreciate the most is the fact that it even speaks for itself a fair amount. Even just, you know, your presentation, I think your presentation ran a little bit long, frankly, but everything you said was good. Everything you said was meaningful, but it's quite thorough. I would say that one of the strongest points about it has to do with just what Stephanie was saying about this idea of filtration. If you were to use that, and if you think about the fact that architecture at its very basis is about negotiating between the human body and the natural environment. The idea of having shelter is the idea of somehow modulating and negotiating between nature and inside, and you don't want that to be too solid or too porous. There's always, it varies a lot. And as Stephanie's pointing out, at the site scale, it varies a lot. At the Gabion wall scale, the greenhouse scale, in terms of the amount of light that you're modulating, allowing in. So it's a very powerful thing that I think you've, in some ways very directly, other ways very indirectly addressed. And I think that largely the building becomes an instrument in the way that you've described it. And there's something very poetic about that. Instead of saying, well, what's the least harm that we could do to this site? You go in saying, how are we gonna make this site better than it is already? That's you know, a sort of a net positive approach to sustainability. And instead of being apologetic and saying, well, we're gonna change this, and I'm sorry, we're gonna do this here, to go in and say, no, let's just go in with a very systematic, holistic approach and think about this from the top down and from the bottom up. I do think that the bottom-up experience either could have been considered a little bit sooner, or it just wasn't. It just pops up too late in the presentation. That's probably the only place where I would mention that it possibly could integrate those more. But the idea of saying that your building is managing sound and air quality and those types of things for the site is it's a very strong one. And even the way you talked about this iconography and a sense of place, that's quite, there's something profound about that. And partly the fact that your building to a certain extent is an infrastructure for plantings rather than being about itself and then putting some planters around it and landscaping. Your building is landscaping. And I think that takes a lot of humility as an architect to say that your building is about serving something else rather than being about itself. And you start dissolving the building a little bit by doing that, to the point to where I would, I could imagine that you could emphasize how this could become something for all of the rest of the site and for the other buildings. It would be a shame if all of the greenery and all of this component, all these components of aeroponics and so on and so forth were all contained in this one part of the site. But imagining your building pollinating all the other buildings and having an effect, and it could be in very small ways. Maybe it has to do with the entry, the way the entry works in every single one of the other buildings. If this were to then become a whole other project, because one of the things that I don't think that you mentioned too much, I was trying to keep track as you went, but is just how powerful biophilia is. There's been a lot of research lately, even during this pandemic, that have shown in places where there are very strict lockdowns that there's been really an issue for people that have not been able to have a direct relationship with nature. And I think that as a general rule, as architects, we work so hard to keep all the bad things about nature out that we sometimes stiff arm all the good things too. And again, your building is trying to do that in a very direct way, by actually not only by allowing access to the landscape, but then actually having active landscape within it. So I would, again, just as you move on in your career, thinking about that as a very important thing. When we think about integrative building, comprehensive building, when we talk about these terms in architecture, it is about just that. Like, how do we think about all the ingredients simultaneously? You focus on, you parse them up and focus on different ones at a time and break them into bite-sized chunks, but it is about integrating all those types of things. And I think that you know, there are some things to do with how the building skin and the HVAC works that could probably be refined a bit more, given more time. But I think you took them seriously. I think you tried to incorporate all those things in addition to the larger concept. And so I applaud that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. You all, I just heard from Professor Dyson again, and apparently she's in the hospital. But I just want to relay her notion that she said she called this virus a beast, and told us just because it's just devastated Yale, that she said we should all take it serious and be safe and take care of one another. And so I just wanted to pass that along. I wanted to say thank you very much to both Stephanie and Matt for their comments. I think they've been right on. As much as we worked on this semester, I think almost all of us in the class feel like, oh, okay, we're ready to start. Now that we know that all of the issues that are in there. And, I think that seems to me to be a pretty good end to a semester when you feel like you're ready to begin again. And you think like well, now that you're at the end, now you sort of know what you want to do. And I think it's really difficult for us to sort of like go through this process of trying to juggle, performance and image at the same time, and begin to think of performance beyond just sort of the engineering, and start thinking about, thermal delight or visual delight or integration, and begin to think about all of those things that have to do with the idea of what we think are technical systems, but actually are opportunities for design. And I think that's really the one thing that I think we've taken out of this semester. So again, I want to thank you all, and I'll give the students a last word if they wanted to, if there's any comments that they wanted to make. Okay, well, what are we going to do with ourselves now, right? Well, let's start the next project. So thank you guys very much, and I hope we'll get to see each other soon. I know we will. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In San Antonio and get walked through it with employees that work there.
Yes, and so their process of intake, which is giving people those resources they need to get started, be it ID recovery, things like that, housing, which is security, and then outtake, which is transitioning people into like housed and off-campus society. We saw that as one of our main strategies, as you can see in our party in the beginnings of our site axon, treating that as a linear process through the site, focusing on these courtyards.
As you move through the site and get further away from the highway and closer to the neighborhood.
It's also worth noting that this would not be an isolated campus within this structure. The ARC would also be a part of it downtown. And so people who want the access to these resources would be bused to this area. And so we'll mention that transportation and entry process later. But
we visited the site. It is a rundown Home Depot, as well as housing rundown car shops. And the site has a pretty intense slope in the middle of it that cuts about 12 feet down. It's the traditional Austin climate.
So yeah, you can see the drop in those first two photos, and then the current state of the Home Depot. In the lower one, it's graffiti. The roof would need major repairing. And so we'll get into how we address that existing structure soon enough. And so here is the existing site plan. And so here you can see this large mass in the middle is the Home Depot. The buildings to the north are the dealership shops. And as far as site context goes, you can see a very large parking lot. We are in the triangle of highways in Austin. So we have I-35 here, I-83 up north. And then we are also adjacent to the St. John's neighborhood. So dealing with context of many different scales.
Yes, the water tends to slope towards the northwest of the site and then hit a drain that takes it to a retention system that already exists on the site.
Right, and so this is the site conditions as they are now, and this is our intervention. And so referencing our party, we had broken up the site into 3 zones. The first being intake, the second being housing, the third being outtake. And so we're just going to go through those program by program, just very quickly to get you familiar, as other people will be addressing it as well.
So at the beginning, we have an area for bus drop off at the beginning of the intake, and that long bar that blocks most of the site from I-35 is the transformational services, which is also connected to a staff parking lot in the back. So that way there's 2 different methods of entry into the building. It's enveloping the support services building, which is another building that's used to provide medical assistance to basically everything they'll need to get back up on their feet. The buildings are slightly enclosing a courtyard in referencing to our party. As we were developing the site in these like 3 layers, we found that we tended to arrange the buildings around that courtyard.
Right, and so once people are dropped off at the bus station and they get all the help they need from those services, they'll be moved to the Haven for Hope housing here in the middle. And this actually makes use of the Home Depot tilt-up concrete walls. While in their current state, they're rather decrepit, they symbolize a sense of security and protection, which was really valued by the residents in the San Antonio Haven for Hope when we visited. And so within those tilt-up walls, they have their own courtyard, and that is composed of women's housing, men's housing, and then family housing.
Yes, towards the north of that, also in the housing bar is housing that is both for post residents and well as some market rate apartments for people who would want to live on the site for the amenities of the community.
I'd say, and then this number 8 building here is the food hall. And then, so if people are living at Haven for Hope, they would circle between these buildings in their day-to-day life. And then they would also interact in this third zone, which is the outtake, which is a lot of our communally focused programs and really helps to bring in the community of the St. John's neighborhood. And so those buildings would be the marketplace here to the south, with these 2 detached
smaller market stalls.
Yeah, or almost maybe standalone restaurant buildings. And that continues out into the lawn through informal
pop-up stalls, as well as a non-denominational chapel that is next to an existing community chapel on the site. And then preserving the existing park that they had fought very hard. The St. John's neighborhood as a community had fought very hard to get this park. So preserving it as like a symbol for them and wanting to involve them in this process, we felt was important. And then to the north of that is the building we chose to develop on the site.
Yes, and so our building at this Haven for Hope campus, we saw a real opportunity to take a lot of these unique programs that offer personal improvement for people and combining these ideas of plant growth, produce growth, and personal growth. So combining the job training functions, community facilities that will serve the St. John's neighborhood, but can also serve as a feeder for jobs for those who were at Haven to then work at, and then also aero farms and greenhouse facilities for that production.
To provide them with an opportunity for hands-on training and also to serve the market and the community as a place to get food and access food. In Austin, there are several places that tend to be food deserts in that there's a lack of access to fresh and healthy food. So learning to develop this in our new architecture is important.
And so here's another quick look at that site axon. So really seeing the central location of the housing and how people will interact regularly with the support services and with our building here, which you can see more development. And so Before we dive into the design of our building, some of the ideas that were really important to us were circulation, systems, and vegetation. And so here were some of the precedents that we were looking a lot at. The Centre Pompidou, the La Fresnoy School by Bernard Tschumi,
the institutional building in Vassal.
I'd say. And then there were a lot of green-focused buildings, such as Breathing House by VTN Architects, and this Babylon Garden Condotel.
So as we were developing the building, due to the fact that we were incorporating greenhouses, taking into account how to get access to the sun in the best way possible, we decided to slope our building up in order to maximize surface area for the sun, as well as to provide a way to decrease the height of the buildings towards the neighborhood, as we felt that interacting with too big of a building right next to smaller housing would be too much excitement for the residents of the neighborhood, as well as sink the aero farms below the ground level of the parking lot.
And so the mass of the building that the greenhouses sit upon is split into 3 parts. Educational and training mass on the left, this circulation mass in the middle, and then on the right, the public and greenhouse functions. And so you can see in this next extrusion upwards that the atrium is pushed out to indicate entry from both sides. And then this green filter wall on the back helps to filter noise and pollution from the highways on that edge. And so now getting into the floor plan. So we mentioned that the aero farms is on the bottom level underground because aero farms do not require natural light. It is all artificial within the plant bed itself.
However, people do require light. So over in the administration area of aero farms, we left a way for light to penetrate down into the basement area, similar to what you would see in the Kimball.
Yeah, and then as well as the light coming in from that atrium vertical circulation. And so here is.
Could you go back just for a minute?
Oh,
yes. You just mentioned that really quick. So you said like the Kimball. So that's the west wall is a light wall?
Yes. So you can see this wall, which would be the interior wall for those working in the administration. The ground cut is a few feet away from that as to let light in.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted you to clarify that.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And then they are underground, but they also have emergency staircases as well. Good to mention that while we're at it. And so this is the first level that is exposed to the outside. And so on this north face that is lower to the ground is the entry for service to the left over here, and for deliveries or dropping off soil or for shipping the produce.
As well as a waiting area for if you're picking up produce from the area and you've driven in.
I'd say there's also parking in here, just enough for some people to be able to access it, but not enough to encourage almost recreating the Home Depot parking lot underground.
Yes, and you can begin to see where we start bringing the aero farms up into our program and integrating that.
I'd say, and then this is that north green filter that protrudes from that north edge and creates this entryway.
If you were a pedestrian, you would enter through the green filter. If you were a pedestrian, you would enter through the green filter and go up the stairs to enter the atrium on the next level.
Right. And so this is the level 1, but technically the 3rd floor of the building that now has access to the rest of the site due to the grade changes. And so you can see the atrium protruding out as one entrance. It is taking advantage of the retention pond. And you can begin to see how those masses break down into the different programs, this being mostly educational, the job training, the atrium again, and then here, this mass is broken up into many public programs.
So there's to the north is in number 15 is the
business center for people looking to hire from this facility, as well as people looking for a job. Number 10 is the restaurant for the facility. Next to it is the cafe with the kitchens backed up to each other in order to take advantage of mechanical systems. Then the small shops, and then a community amenity of a rec center.
And so many of these programs were chosen because they can benefit the community. They take advantage of this combination of personal growth and produce growth, healthy lifestyles. And these all provide services that the Haven for Hope residents could potentially transition into for jobs. So not just marketplace training or produce training, but also retail, service, things of that nature. No, just skip.
This is the first level, the second level of the building. The first level where you start to see the greenhouses step up after the public floor. The greenhouses are integrated with the aero farms, and there's passageways on either side of the greenhouses in order to make maintenance easy. To the left section is more education and training facilities. This includes training kitchen, as well as more traditional teaching spaces, as well as some administration and office space for the building. And
so you can also see the atrium start to extend and wrap around this green wall, creating these catwalks that allows access all around the building, kind of coiling up as you go. And so a similar concept here, the greenhouses continue to stack, the catwalks continue to circle around. This program is a lab for people to be able to test the produce. And then here are training kitchens. And then this is our last floor, the last stacked terrace greenhouse with the last aero farm up here. And so there's no more program that's not related to produce in this mass. And then here are more classrooms and training kitchens. And then here you can see how all of the vertical circulation and these stairs here stack all the way down to allow light through.
So we wanted to differentiate the different sections of the building through the use of different materials, as well as the walkways in between each area. So it provides a visual separation between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Three,
yeah. Here you can begin to see those separations from our diagram.
The education, the circulation, and then the greenhouse and public. This is where you can, this is the east elevation where you can see that grade change. To the left is the public floor of the community space, and then to the right is where you would enter for services and parking, as well as.
Sorry, is this the elevation that faces the neighborhood? Is that correct?
No.
Yes, it is.
If you're in the neighborhood looking at the building.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So
Sorry. My
bad. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Yes. So this is why it's one of our shortest facades in height.
You can see how the building kind of slopes down towards the neighborhood in this north elevation. You can see how the building behind it is revealed from behind the green filter, as well as the main entrances into the building from this street.
People would also see this driving on the highway, so this really becomes an icon.
Yeah, it's a billboard for the building. We want people to know it's there. It's a valuable city resource asset. This is the section cut through the middle of the project latitudinally. You see the atrium space, and you're cutting through the office space, the public facilities, so the restaurant and the gym,
And then you'll see the parking garage and the elevation of the Aero Farms going up. On this, you can see cutting through the greenhouses, how they step up, as well as you can see this, how you would circulate in between them using the catwalk system.
And so here is one of our renders as you would approach the building from internally in the campus, being able to see all these different volumes and the light coming through them. The atrium, greenhouses, and Aero Farms, while they're all semi-transparent volumes to some degree, would all look very different, especially Aero Farms, as since they're artificial, some of the light would be purple. As you can see in this render on the deck where you can access all of those public programs. And here you can really see some of the Aero Farms piercing all the way through. So all of those programs are exposed to this produce and way of growing.
Yeah, we thought that exposure was important because this is like a learning facility, and finding ways to engage with the public on the public area is a way to help encourage people to learn, as well as help try and get the community more involved.
Here's a view of those stacking staircases and how you're able to see all the way through.
This is in the restaurant itself, so you can see the plumbing wall. We have glass chases running along the hallway that holds all of our water, the tubes for the radiant heating that go up, as well as like services for the building. And so all of that would be visible through this glass chase that separates the building masses. And then
so you can see Aero Farms peeking out in the corner, and then also how some of these planters and vegetation inform the programs in their plans as well. And so here are some of our structural diagrams. The changing of the masses in the program usually also coordinates with a different structure. So this diagram is of levels -1 and 0, so Aero Farms and parking that uses a concrete double T structure. You can see the Aero Farms poking through. This is the public and greenhouse mass, which is steel W flange. The educational mass is made of a glulam wood structure, so you can see that the structure is tighter there and it's more intimate. And then once we transition to the atriums, Aero Farms, and greenhouses, which are seen as more protrusions, they become hollow steel sections. So here's that atrium, the Aero Farm structure that pierces through many levels of the building. And then the prefabricated greenhouse structures that are on their 6-foot grid. And then lastly, the structure of that north green wall that has those catwalks.
This is the water systems. As it rains and water collects on the site, it's funneled towards the retention pond that goes into a stormwater tank that is filtered either to water the recreational lawn or to be filtered through UV light carbon filters into potable water to be pumped up through the glass chase and then into the bathrooms, as well as to service the greenhouses. These are the radiant heating zones. So we have a radiant system in the floors, and to the left in the parking garage of the housing is a cogeneration plant that is the source for the radiant heating and cooling systems of the site. And so the zones were chosen based off of the structure and how the building steps. That way they're always connected to one of the glass chases to make access easiest.
And that's it for the other levels. And so this is looking at the fresh air and return air. These run in the opposite direction. So the fresh air is most often taken from the north facade edge, so near that green wall, because it will be the freshest air on the site, with return air being expelled to the south. Say, here are some quick egress diagrams to show our two fire escape stairs that are a part of those exterior catwalks to the edge. And these dotted lines show the 250-foot path that would be needed to get there. So all throughout the building, you can get out.
You can live.
And so here are our lighting plans. And so here, it's most interesting to see the skylights, so the kind of red, very transparent poche. So to see how those aero farms pierce all the way through, even though there are beds there, you would still get a little bit of natural light.
Yeah, we were interested in making sure that in such a big building, we could have access to that. Not only to save on the lighting bill, but also for the health and psychological benefits of having access to natural light.
Mm-hmm. You can see that cut for the admin, those cuts near the green wall, in the atrium, and then also in the chase. And so here are our lighting spec sheets, so showing the symbols on the plan, how they coordinate. And then up here are some diagrams as to how we would imagine these would be integrated in our vegetation systems within the building. So the vegetation found on the staircases, in the atrium, and then also in those planters in the restaurant, for example.
So this is the beginning of the section that cuts through the atrium space. So you can see the glass chase that goes up and lets the systems into each floor, as well as the one of the walking corridors that lets you circulate horizontally through the building. That's connected in between the main programs masses and the atrium. This is through the balconies at the front of the education and training facility. You can see the wood batten system applied to the facade to differentiate it from the mostly glass greenhouse facilities.
Here, that interstitial space is used as balcony versus circulation.
Mm-hmm. An important part of the wall sections were how I took water from the roof. So this, the gutter takes it through the planter systems that go down instead of the glass chase, like in the wall section between the atrium and the education and training facilities. So it goes all the way down and into under the deck that slopes just enough to let the water on into the retention pond that sits next to in front of this building.
Yeah. So I guess we'll try to speed it up a little bit since we were getting a little bit of a late start. But
yes, this is the detail at the top of the wall section of the atrium space. So where the education and training facility meets the polycarbonate skylight at the top of that.
Let's say a similar roofing detail showing that drainage.
At the education and training wall section. And then this is the planner detail.
Yeah, how the water drains into the deck. Here is a second wall section through that north facade, the green wall, and then that facade that is covered by the green wall. So here you can see one of the greenhouses at the top, all the catwalks. How there's the visual connection between the parking garage and this area in here. So this is part of that elevation that you wouldn't really get to see. So greenhouses and then all of those circulation corridors, parking garage. Here are some basic header and roof details, especially since this roof is occupiable. So looking at the handrail that concealed drain, our foundation detail, piles. And then here was a detail looking at that north facade, how it has both the planters on the outside and a smaller greenhouse system, how that is all secured and works and how drainage runs through it. And I'd say that concludes our presentation.
Yes, do you have any questions for us?
I have a question about the radiant in the CLT. How does it work? Just a general question. Like, is there a topping slab? Because some of it has concrete, some of it has CLT, some of it has wood, right?
Yeah.
You have a variety.
Yeah, there's a topping slab.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the wall section?
Yeah. Wait, yeah, sorry, my bad. Where is it? So, yeah, so it's covered and it sits on top of these. It's not a topping slab, it's sorry.
It's like a raised wood floor.
It's a raised
and you've
wood
got
floor.
sleepers underneath there, and then the radiant runs in between the sleepers.
Yes. Oh, I can zoom. Oh, awesome. Yeah, you can see it here. So
Okay.
they sit on top of
yeah, just how you explained.
Yeah.
Lumber. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, the topping slab is in the concrete part of the building.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Are you trying to zoom with your touchscreen?
There we go.
Well, it's a lot of work. I mean, one of the things that I've written down is I kind of appreciate the idea in the beginning of the dividing it up very clearly into 3 different zones, right? That you're working with. A couple of things I would say just in general is it would have been maybe helpful to have a key plan of the 3 zones as we went along or something like that, since we're doing a straight PDF in order. I think also that it's a good strategy, but also everything seems very divided, you know, like if you go back to your site plan, I think the only place that actually overlaps in plan is the grow house, right? That actually violates kind of like the rule of thirds, right? Where you have intake, housing, and then, yeah. So, sorry, I can't annotate or I would just draw all over it. But that sort of division seems to be a little strict to me. Like it almost vertically, it seems to work where on the east side, you have the neighborhood and you're moving up and including the park, there's sort of like an overlap there and how things seem to work. But I feel like it's really divided. Can you go to your building section, like your long section a little bit? Because most of your building sections are of that particular, right? Yeah.
Yes, there's that elevation and then.
Yeah, there's go one back.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's that main building. I mean, I think that the building is much more successful because you kind of had the same division inside the building, right?
Yeah.
Like you kind of just took that idea and put it down into the building. I think it's more successful in the building than it is in the site. And did you guys have any issues like trying to integrate those 3 different divisions in terms of structure, mechanical, HVAC, all that kind of stuff?
Yes, we have. We had to explore different strategies of like implementing it in different areas.
Yeah.
We eventually had those chases that flanked the atrium that ended up helping us out. That was a little bit later in the process.
Once we were working with it and kind of changing how it worked, and then we made those walkways in between the atrium and the main masses, and in them are drop down chases as well as the glass chases that go all the way up, and so that helped a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are good strategies to try to start to combine the the division, your sort of idea of the schematic division together, but I still think it feels like, I would say it still feels like really three separate buildings. And then you wrap it in a wrapper, you know, like a green wrapper that kind of covers it. And so I don't know if there would have been a way to either celebrate the divisions a little bit more, or integrate them a little bit more. It seems to be a little bit not quite on one side or the other to me. And also it's very difficult. Like, this rendering is helpful, but I need context, you know, also around it, which I think is missing a little bit too. And I still have a feeling that the neighborhood would be a little overwhelmed by the general building, even though you've worked to integrate the park in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It also seems, just along those same lines, like when you were going, it seemed pretty clear when you were going through all the structural diagrams, but there's a lot of work, you know, that you did. And it's almost like the efficiency of dividing that schematically into three and having that concept worked against you in the end, because when you actually went in to do the specific structural representations, you now have three different versions of things that you're trying to work through, right? And there might have been maybe a way of going in, and instead of joining them with these sort of vertical chases, maybe consolidating them a little bit instead of having like three separate buildings. But
okay, yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, because I've been having some problems. So, oh, and with the computer too.
Good for now.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, you have such limited amount of time. We have a limited amount of time on trying to figure out how to be the most helpful that we can this afternoon. I mean, it's clear you've done it. I mean, there's things you already clearly know, like you did a ton load of work, especially, you know, we've been thrown with this virus curve and all of that. And, you know, you still stepped up to the plate with regard to high level of production. And that is, you know, really commendable. It's something that will, you know, obviously have huge amount of weight in your portfolio. It shows a level of accomplishment at, you know, lots of levels, very, very sort of thorough. If you're, you know, if one of your aims is, and I think it should be, is that, you know, that you'll find gainful employment after leaving the school. Yes, that this certainly will alleviate those kind of doubts in terms of the fact that, you know, that someone would be happy to hire you. It's really, I really wish that, and maybe he's joined on, but I don't see him on here. I would really love to, first of all, I haven't seen or heard from Rick in quite a while, but it would be fantastic to hear from him and his insights, and hopefully later in the afternoon we can. But I guess I'm interested in, I'm just trying to figure out like what, you know, these final reviews are a fact that we help you sort of knit together things that maybe develop things, maybe overlook things, you know, like how could you make it stronger? So on one hand, it's very, very thorough. And that, you know, your mechanical systems, your structural systems, these are, you know, some of the best detailed drawings I've looked at in quite a while. Certainly there's a lot of energy, a lot of thought, a lot of intensity with regard to the more logical aspects of the project. And I don't, you know, I really do want to commend those, or commend you for those. And it'd be interesting to see, you know, the other projects. So I don't know how you sit relative to the class and what kind of energy you guys fed off one another, you know, after the sort of mid-review, but I didn't see this at mid-review, but there's a tremendous amount of effort and work here, and you know, a lot of clarity. Okay, so now I'm trying to figure out. You want to? Okay, now what can we talk about? Because I think all of I think all of your assumptions are logical. And I think they, you know, it's certainly, you know, reasonable, certainly highly professional, and all of that, of course, is laudable. I'm always pushing the question, as you know, what's the difference between building, even good building, and architecture? You know, and are they separate? Do we separate those or not? We actually, I think, have a very, very strong strategy to achieve both. And so I would like to just add, you know, some comments that I hope might help you strengthen the design to be something that is successful at all levels, including, you know, again, there's nothing displeasing about your project. In fact, there's a lot of clarity and a lot of strength to it. I see a real opportunity in the green wall, the divisions of spaces that you've had. For me, when I look at it, first of all, you've got tons and tons and tons of plans. I would, looking at this from an architectural standpoint, I would probably have more of a balance between plan, section, and elevations, in the sense that I'm looking at this building in 3 dimensions. It almost reads as though there's a very, you know, a concentration on a 2-dimensional sort of plan thing. And so I think that's therefore resulted in almost the plan, notwithstanding the gables, which I like very much, a sort of extrusion of the plan. And that's something I think you want to be careful about, because again, your drawings, the few drawings that you do have of the sections are all very well done, very well documented. And that's what makes it, for me, easy to actually critique the project. And you should look at that as being a real plus. And you have a scale of the box that is at the scale of the Home Depot, at the scale of, you know, the buildings in the neighborhood. So in the immediate neighborhood, and then the breakdown of scale of the smaller gabled structures, you know, start to allude to the, you know, to the residential neighborhood. So I think you're clearly on the right path there. The kinds of things of where you then have the green wall, and I understand the logic of wrapping it on the east side towards the residence, it then starts to break down the identity of what it, I mean, I understand what it's doing on one hand, in very much a sort of 2-dimensional sense. It's addressing that neighborhood. Three-dimensionally, you just have a thin sliver of space. It's not doing the same thing that it's doing on the north. And again, that should be, as a language, should be brought into the atrium, because those are all about void. Those are about circulation. Those are about giving you a sort of relief to the, to the big boxes on either side. That said, yes, you can play the game of three separate boxes. I'm just telling you, that's a much more difficult game to play. I think the fact that in your rendering, the atrium reads as though it's very, very translucent, almost to the point of being solid, actually deviates from its real possibilities of mediating, between the two boxier pieces. In fact, I personally wouldn't have changed the language, even though the function changes somewhat. It's all part of this larger thing. I probably would have continued the materiality of the two boxes, and I would have made the atrium and the green, I'll just call it the green monster. I would have collapsed the green monster and the atrium into this thing. And I wouldn't have, and for me, what's sort of disappointing is when I look through a section through there, it's open air. It's just this sort of wall that bends in 2D, which again is a start. I would take that into actually 3D. And, really, I mean, it's sort of like, okay, I'm out of the boxes. I'm sort of in the free space there as well as in the atrium. And it really then becomes its own thing, has its own identity that these other two big boxes are sort of hooked into. Now, if I were going to say, okay, I need some green to say, address the residential, yes, to turn the corner. The thing is, would you turn the corner all the way to the edge? So what you're doing is that you're actually hiding that box. So a strategy might be, well, is there a way I can still keep the green thing as well as, address the neighborhood, the residential neighborhood, and then still make sense out of this form? So it may be that the green actually doesn't go all the way to the end, that it actually stops and then lets part of that big box, that, glassy nature, whatever, reveal itself. I think, it can turn and be partway. And then I guess it looks kind of like an alleyway on the west side. You take that green space and just, again, you don't have to wrap it as deep because you're not addressing a neighborhood, but you're then turning the corner so that this figure is something that actually wraps its arms around, both of those big volumes and holds them and contains them, yet it becomes a thing, not a series of planes that then mask three volumes, but rather a third volume that's this green volume that then holds the other two larger volumes. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it just because you're really, yeah. So go to that elevation that you just went to right there. Okay. So yeah, there, right there. So I think it actually would be, that the thing in the center could also be a green thing. It may be that you want light and stuff in there. So you start to carve hole. The other one is, the other sides are like a solid green thing that you start to punch holes in it. And you punch big holes in it where you need lots of light to come in, smaller holes wherever you need them, whatever. So that becomes this thing that becomes really, like it can take all kinds of abuse, because you've got the sort of boxes on either side that you're containing. And then I actually wouldn't change the language or the materiality of the piece on the left. I would go ahead. I think it's a very beautiful elevation that you have on the right. I would go ahead and, I like the fact that you get this sort of these white and green boxes that are sitting on top of the glass base. And I like the fact that that glass base, I read, goes all the way up to the top, which may mean that I actually would like to see that glass base pop up, somewhere else other than just on the top in that same box. It's sort of like there's this glass, you got this glass piece underneath that sort of punches up through there. And then use that same language, over on the left-hand side, again, with the sort of, the green monster in the middle, which of course relates to, I might densify the actual vegetation that you have of the trees. Trees, rather than being these little lollipops, might actually end up being something that has, more of a weight. And so then you'll have a stronger dialogue between the building, this green monster, and the and actual planted in the ground kind of material, and sort of tie the whole thing to just tie the whole thing together. Anyway, that's the direction that I would head. But you're very, very, very close. Like again, I feel it's hard to critique something that is so competent. But the thing is this: I want you all to be much more than just competent. I want you all to be stars. I want you not to work for somebody. I want somebody to work for you. And so you really need to just not let off on the architecture part of it. And I know it's a challenge with so much coming at you. So I certainly appreciate all of that. Anyway, very nice job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was great. Yeah, great feedback.
I'm going to move us along to thank you guys very much. Those are very helpful comments. So I think the next group is Janelle and Mackenzie and Michael.
Oh, let me just interject here a little bit. So the first one, as you all know, is always the hardest because it's sort of bringing us into the project. So the following groups, you guys can actually talk a lot less. So don't feel as though you have to fill up, because I think you really want to get as much comments as you can, and we're actually pretty good at reading drawings. So if you can, and I know it's hard because you've got so much energy in this and you just want to tell it all. But the thing is, try to figure out what, maybe your drawings can do a lot of the talking for you so that you can get some input given our time constraints.
So this is we are MJM Architects. I'm Janelle.
I'm Mackenzie.
Hi, Michael.
Okay.
Hey.
So this is just our thesis statement of what our ideas and our goals for Haven for Hope in Austin would be.
Okay, so we had to address this problem of the Austin homelessness, and by identifying this, we came to the conclusion that the current challenges that they face are their mental instability as well as their lack of income, and because of this, they are forced to be in situations where they feel unsafe and in a place where they feel uncomfortable. And so by making this campus community along the 35 St. John's neighborhood, our intention is to make our campus safe and comfortable for them to be able to successfully rehabilitate themselves into our community of Community for Hope.
Okay, so for this board, we're looking at St. John's by the numbers. So in the top left, we have a graph that's detailing the poverty rates among different areas of Austin. And as you can see, that we've pulled out our site, which is St. John's, and it's located within the triangle. And this area has a poverty rate that's higher, that's more than 40%. So what we've kind of uncovered from our research about this neighborhood is that there are large inequities along the lines of health, income, and race. Our demographic map kind of shows that primarily St. John's is composed of a large African and Latino population. And so thinking of our master plan, thinking of Haven for Hope, we wanted to try to address these inequities with our design and use this as an opportunity to kind of, yeah, do so.
And so this is the existing site as it is today. And obviously the buildings that are highlighted in black are the sites we decided to use or destroy: the Home Depot, the renovate or the rundown car shop, and also right across the street from the Home Depot, we decided to place the affordable housing that was a part of our scheme across the street from our actual main campus.
And one thing that I'll like to take the opportunity to highlight, this neighborhood is also a food desert, and so they don't really have many healthy food options. And so as you'll find out, we've selected the marketplace as a way to kind of like address some of those issues. So for our site plan, similar to Chandler and Kaylee, we've divided our master plan into 3 different zones. So service, living, and recreation. And those all kind of tie into our 3-step approach to addressing homelessness, which as a studio, we've found as intake, rehabilitation, and outreach. And the site does have a drop in its slope about 14 feet. And so we're kind of using that to our advantage in dividing our master plan into the upper and lower lot. And then as you will see in our master plan, we're kind of using it as a buffer. So we're aligning most of our programming like along the edge of the lot to kind of like buffer against the highways. We see I-35 and 183, and also providing a sense of security and comfort for the residents that are going to be within our campus. And then we've developed, can you go back to the other slide, Janelle? And then we've developed 3 different types of massing. So we have the first block, we have a block with forecourt, and then we have one that's carved out with a courtyard.
Okay. And so for the master plan, like Michael was saying, we divided the actual programming of certain buildings. The site itself is divided into 3 zones. And within those zones of the larger master plan, we did use the site to divide it into halves. And so our main focus for this project is the marketplace, and that's on the lower part of our master plan. And so a lot of the more public areas are facing I-35, and then also facing at Highway 183 to create kind of an arm around the actual campus of Haven for Hope, which is on the interior. And so we have our housing in the middle, a lot of our recreation, childcare facilities next to the neighborhood, as a way to engage them, but also give privacy to the unsheltered population that's kind of entering Haven for Hope to kind of retake their lives. This is the dining facility, and also the kitchen and dining. And then we have at the very edge, when you first enter, I know before.
I think you guys just, because our time is limited, I think we can just say that those are the transformational buildings, and we should probably get into your building.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to mention just one more quick thing about our master plan. So we'll be really quick, I promise. So we also wanted to just note that we are also expanding St. John's Park which you can see labeled as 7. And for our stormwater drainage, we have our retention pond, and we wanted to actually expand the retention pond and make it more integral component of our project, having a trail around it, and then having that becoming like a sort of view for our marketplace when you're on the terrace or in the portico. And so these are some of our precedents that we've used for our project. So in the top left, we have Homerton College. We have the Dolphins Community Center, the Inverted Truss, the Osmo Market.
Again, I think you need to kind of just like skim to these kinds of things and get into your building.
Okay.
Okay. This is the diagram.
So for the massing diagram, we were very interested in extending the retention pond, like Michael said. And Kaylee and Chandler also mentioned that the St. John's community were trying to preserve the St. John's Park. And we felt that in order to preserve the park, it would be a nice opportunity to also expand the retention pond and place trails around it, which you can see in the upper left diagram, in order for the community of St. John's to merge itself within the Haven for Hope campus. In terms of developing our massing, we started off with a 20-foot by 20-foot grid, and this allows us for a more flexible interior system, which can lend itself to modularity, which we will speak to in the next page. But we were also very interested in this exaggerated truss system, which is why we did a 20-foot by 20-foot grid. In the following diagram on the top right, you can see that we place atriums within both the marketplace and the greenhouse to encourage connection, as well as place a bridge along the retention pond that connects straight to the central part of campus, which is the housing, to allow for the unsheltered population to feel more connected into this community market space that we have created for them. On the bottom left, we have created this paseo on the ground floor, which defines the ground itself, which is, we are intending it to act like a vendor's market on the weekends, and just as well connecting a bridge from the marketplace to the greenhouse to encourage education. And then on the bottom right, we are defining materiality, where we want to express stone on the first floor, because we found that that was a very familiar and welcoming material for the community itself. There is a couple of chapels within the neighborhood that use this stone, so we thought it would be nice to integrate it well into the neighborhood. And then the top floor uses a wood slat system to bring a more warm feel and organic nature right next to the park that we have extended.
So within our building, instead of having a setup like a conventional marketplace with just rows of shelves, we're using a kiosk system. So our idea for the marketplace is that it's similar to the farmer's market. We're kind of bringing it inside and giving it a permanent home. Our whole concept is to bring healthy food to the neighborhood and bringing them in a healthy alternative. And so we've developed these modular kiosks. So within our plan, all the kiosks are all the same size. They're 10 by 20, but they very dependent on program. And so for the first kiosk, that's more for food service, dining service. The second one is for display. So whenever vendors do come in, they would come with like crates of food, and they can just slot them into the shelves, and then they become display. And then the last kiosk is for things such as like our seafood counter and our butcher counter.
And I just want to say, like, each kiosk is just an interpretation of a farm stand. And so that's the main idea of why we created the system. These are the elevations.
So with these elevations in particular, I wanted to point out that the short elevations, you can see the difference between the right part of the building, which is facing the street, and the left part, which is facing the retention pond that we have extended. We thought that it was a good idea to allow for the left part to be a lot more welcoming, and make it seem like the community needs to be within the campus, therefore closer to the unsheltered community, that therefore kind of giving them a little more of a nudge to just kind of make that rehabilitation process a little bit more seamless.
Okay, so we have our first floor plan. So as you can see, we have those. Our plan kind of similar to like our room system. So there's like a three bays. In the central bay, we have some rows of tables for seating, and then we have a kind of like a grand staircase that takes you up to the second floor. And then on the sides, we have our kiosks. And then on the short ends of our floor building, we have kind of more of our like service programs. So that would be our mechanical rooms, our storage, and also loading. And then we have our circulation as well. So we have elevators and fire stairs. And then on our second floor plan, it's very similar in its kind of organization. We have most our servicing program, again, on the short ends of the building. And then we have the terrace. So we have this like outdoor space now that like whoever comes to our building can come outside and take in the views of the retention pond. And then we also have a coffee shop on the terrace to the right.
And so these are sections
Guys,
coming through.
I hate to interrupt again, but you all have been talking for 25 minutes already, and we really need to speed it up so that we'll have enough time for the reviewers to, before we run out of time.
This is our lighting plan. And so the general idea is for each kiosk, they're inset with their own individual drop lighting or inset lighting around. And then above on the ceiling, we have the recessed lighting for just more lights in general. And in the middle of the atrium, we have pendant lightings hanging, and also sconce lighting to provide light in that really open space.
For the HVAC system, we wanted to make use of our structural grid, which is these steel columns that are holding our glue lamp trusses. Within the steel columns, we are using a air duct system, and by integrating the air duct system with the structural columns, we are able to put the return air ducts within the columns themselves. And so that is what you're seeing in the darker gray boxes in the zone diagrams. If you flip, Janelle, to the section diagram, you can see that the supply air ducts are going through the floor, and then the return air ducts, like I said before, are integrated within our structural columns. And then with our plumbing system, we wanted to definitely make use of the retention pond because the drainage on the site is so drastic, as well as rainwater collection. So we are going to be using this rainwater collection to store into cisterns, which go into a filtration system that will then go into a potable water tank to be used in the appliances and greenhouse of our scheme.
And this is just another interpretation. This is our structural diagram, just shown in Axon. And so for the outer columns, they're 1 by 1 wood members. And for the interior, we decided to use 2 by 2 size columns for the purpose of having the HVAC run through them and just continuing that organization. The grid also allowed us for a lot of like symmetry and just allowed us for more flexibility within the space itself. This is just our section that we have highlighting details of how the truss connects to the wall, how we decided to use stone at the bottom and wood slats at the top. And then these are some of our details. And this is the detail of what the 2 by 2 column would look like on the interior. And then these are our renderings, obviously. And that is our project.
Great. I'm sorry to cut you guys off. I know there's a lot to talk about.
Can you go back to the detail for the 2 by 2 wood column real quick?
Mm-hmm. Do you need me to zoom in?
No, that's fine. Okay. Thanks.
If you go to back it up. Keep going, please. Okay, right there. Hold, back. There, okay, there. And all right. What's the image on the left?
Oh, the image on the left is just a partial elevation.
What's the image on the left?
Oh, it's a partial elevation.
Okay, it says not to scale. Why is it not to scale? What do you mean by that? I'm just curious.
It was scaled down so that you could see the whole portion of the elevation that we're cutting through.
Oh, yeah, they've got cut lines on the section, so they squinched the elevation down. They didn't put cut lines on the elevation.
And can you go to like your building set, your larger building sections or partial wall set, or yeah, right there. Hope, go, back to section,
Oh,
there you go. Okay. So section diagram. Do you have like do you have a building section rather than a section diagram that's actually at that scale?
At the scale of the actual detail, or? Yeah,
at the scale of the building. Is this because these look like, I'm just curious because these look like diagrams and cartoons as opposed to like real building sections. I'm just trying to.
This is our actual building section. And okay, for the longer one, it's broken up into halves. That's kind of why it's blank.
So you don't have a transverse section through the all right, so we looked at a bigger sort of bay section, truss section that showed the trusses.
Yeah.
And then I want to see that same thing in the I want to see it in the building. Do you have a drawing like that? No, cut in the same direction.
So it would just be that one previous, right? The shorter section that we were just on, right? Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's of a different building, though, right?
No.
This? No.
No.
This is of our marketplace in the short side.
So can you go? I'm trying to. So all right, all right. So I basically see the big columns, and then so can you take me to the partial building section, please, that shows that development?
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, right there. That's of that same, that's of the through the same space?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And so those aren't really, all right, what I'm trying to understand here. So those aren't really trusses, right? Are those just, you're doing it with big pieces of beams because your trusses would connect, right?
Yeah.
Vertically. I'm just trying to understand tectonically how this thing goes together. And the reason I'm saying that is let me get into more specific, because, you know, I mean, it didn't have the advantage of going through your drawings ahead of time. First of all, I want to say that with regard to your master plan, you know, and hopefully with regard to the other sections, you guys really, you know, you're reading stuff that's off of here that we can see. Again, we can go much quicker, but your master plan was, you know, clearly broken up into very identifiable parts. I think very highly organized. Seemed again to, you know, be very reasonable. Seemed as though you're using typologies that I don't know. You know, I mean, you use typologies that are that have a long history, and that can be either very rich or they can be very sort of devoid, in the sense that, you know, I mean, very clear, which, you know, I thought you did quite well, which was solid. And then you did a breakdown. I can't remember what you called the corner pieces or something like that. And then to the courtyard. And so that developed, that's, you know, very much classical sort of kit of parts. And I don't mean, you know, classical, I mean, it definitely could be classical in the Roman sense, but it's also classical in let's say, in American mise, as opposed to European mise. You know, a very sort of clear typology that links it all together. The problem, of course, and what we're interested in, you know, sort of development of the classes, how do you then take that beyond the diagrammatic organization, and then again sort of make architecture out of it? And I think very much that it was a good strategy. You have that strong axis, and it's okay. We're going to break that up, and we're going to bring in the water, and we're going to, you know, you're going to have that as a organic shape that then breaks up that very sort of you know, powerful system of organization. So I think that is an idea, you know, is very clear, very well done, can operate at the scale of these buildings that are in this region. And so, you know, that works quite well. But then the question is, it really does get down to the details. And that's why I was highlighting those in terms of, it's okay to start off with a premise in terms of that, you know, we found something interested, we wanted something, but we're looking for something like, and why do you want it? And why is it appropriate? And how does it work? And so when, you know, when you say that, you know, I don't remember the exact words you used, so forgive me, but interested in exaggerated trust system. The big question for me is, yeah, they're, you know, exaggerated trust system. Why? Why are you interested in that? What might that, like, how does that relate to your project? Then you said, we're interested in doing, you know, offering health, you know, healthy food, health food, you know, given, you know, the propensity for bad diets. Is like, okay, I agree with that. So then, as an example, so then the thing would be, what one would do as an architect is, rather than sort of treating those things separately, and I believe actually you have treated them sort of separately, like I want to include this, I'm going to include that, is to think about how might those two possibly relate? Like, is there some, like this, is there some image that pops in your head in terms of how the exaggerated trust system and healthy food, how those might relate? What kinds of things may come to your mind? Do you have anything?
Well, I think that we want this marketplace to be a space that is like a celebration of food. And I think we want to make this place like a celebration of the fact that this is like, here's this wonderful space that's going to be such an asset for both the communities of the Haven for Hope, but then the surrounding community of St. John's.
That's right. That's right, Michael. And you're right on that, but those are words, you know? So what I'm saying is that architects, we deal with space and form. So what do we think about space and form in terms of how is that accomplished? Because there's all kinds of ways in which I could celebrate food and within a marketplace kind of thing. That's pretty wide open. I mean, a marketplace goes back to the beginning of time, you know? And it's so those are good things in the sense that they're very you know, they're very, very deep, very profound ways of organizing space that obviously is I think we're very much aware of now what our needs are, you know, how we get food, you know, what's our experience now given the current situation. So I think you don't take that for as granted, but let me give you an example. So when I think of exaggerated trusses, and then I think about food, and I think about how food is grown. So I start to think about arbors. I start to think about trellises. I start to think about maybe not even non-architectural things, but things that are architectonic, like the wire structures that are built to hold tomato vines. And so is there a way in which those wire structures can be reconfigured to become somewhat like truss-like, but still read as though they're actually holding food and they're holding fruit as opposed to being something separate? So therefore, these exaggerated truss systems may be actually something that, you know, rather than something that's just way up at the top, those structures may come down. You may actually have a truss that sort of inverts itself. I mean, you're dealing with inverted truss, but it's all the way up at the top. It would come down and actually hold the food, hold the market stands. And then the question is, how did the stands in? Could the stands use that inverted truss or the truss system, and actually that those become the little marketplace containers? Like are those more of like a similar language? Right now, everything is treated. You're treating everything as though it's a shopping exercise. Like, I'm going to buy one of these, I'm going to buy one of those, I'm going to buy one of those, and then I'm going to put them sort of together in the same space. And the thing that one's struggling with is that how do they actually inform one another? And so like you've got here, let me give you an example. Please go to your elevation, one of your elevations that show the 3 layers inside the big building. On the short side, there you go. Okay, so that's one. I think you may have had another one like that. But first of all, I have one question, which is that sort of garage door thing that's there. Is that actually in plan? I was trying to locate where that actually is.
It isn't.
It isn't. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because what I'm saying is that this conveys you know a tectonic aspect of what the building is, and so yes, you have the different parts, but then the question is that but how do the parts relate to one another? Because when I look at the plan at the different levels, the one on the far left I'm sorry, my lexicon is slipping. We would call it a propylea. I'm trying to think what, there's another term. Yeah. It's the part that's, you can see it in plan, is that the plan, it's actually not popping out. It should be, in other words, there's 2 things. One is that, leave it at the plan here. There's a couple of things. One is that it's very clear. I think what you've done is that you've aligned those 2 buildings to one another, which I think is a good strategy. I mean, but the way that it would be much stronger would be that you would see that as 1 building, not as 2 buildings. And so that what that would mean is that where you now have, and I can't read I guess it's 17, number 17, Loading. There's like a driveway in there. So those 2 facades would actually, you know, those would read, rather than one facade reading different than the other facade, they would actually read as a very, very light facade. Ideally, let's forget about the function for a second, but on the other hand, that may drive the function, is that you would cut that and that would be glass on both sides. So that it's like one big building, and then you're then excavating the center out of it, right? And then you see it as an extrusion as opposed to two separate buildings. The other thing is that, well, it may mean that if I'm going to do that, I would simply, you know, it might be that rather than the wall stopping right where you have the roof right now, that, okay, I'm going to do this inverted truss thing. Well, we know that actually the really nice thing about the possibility of doing that truss and doing the thing of that marketplace is that it holds things underneath it. And what does that do? Well, those things, they protect the things underneath it, so that that truss system could actually have overhangs that would do one of two things. The overhangs would first of all keep weather off the walls, which is what they're very, very good at doing. Keep your building shaded, keep it cooler, and bring the identification of that truss system to the outside. The other thing is that on the one side is that it can operate as the arcade, right? There's no reason for there to be a separate arcade that's at a different scale, that's, you know, looks like something that, I mean, it reads here, you could actually continue it over to the next building. That becomes primary exterior circulation. But when you look at its section, you just, from a scale standpoint, you want to snap it off. Now let's go a little bit further. If I look at the plan, I have a big building and then I got these bites that are taken out of it. And those bites, what they're doing is that they're providing you with these spaces that mediate between inside and outside. They become a kind of decompression zone. I'm getting ready to go into the inside before the door. So it gives me a tighter, more sort of, you know, a comfortable space. All right, that makes sense. You're doing that for all the entries on that building. All right, you should do that on the other building as well, but again, not at the cut, so that those would then share a language. But again, you're understanding what you're doing. I'm starting with a building. I got the truss system, it's got the overhang, and then I'm doing the bites out of it, right? And then it may be wherever the columns come down, and that those would be articulated. Right now, the columns are lost within the you know, within these sort of marketplace pieces. Those could actually become, you know, you could actually have a lot more fun with the marketplace pieces. They don't, you know, right now they're sort of registered with the rest of the building. They could actually become the part that becomes that has more of a casual quality to them. I mean, they almost, to think of, for lack of a better analogy, your truss system comes down and the branches come down and hold other things. And then they sort of then spill out, whether it's you're thinking about roots or whatever, that there's a sort of looser organization of things that then tie into the structural system. But right now the structural system is something that just sort of fades into the background. And unless you're looking up, in fact, you know, it fades into the ceiling as well. There's points in which you're sort of wrapping it, and other times in which it's sort of, you know, it's exposed. It's like you're just not taking advantage of the thing that excited you from the beginning. You see what I'm saying? It's sort of like it just needs to, I mean, you should be able to look at this plan and actually read those trusses in this plan. I mean, in the way in which, I mean, and you can do that. If you look at, I think, at some of the precedents that you look at and go back and look at some of the plans, you can actually read that structural system within the plans of the precedents themselves. When you go in, you go look at the plans and see. Okay, but you can see here that as you look at particularly, let me look at 01 and 03. That structure, right? That structure is not something that's just these little lines that are stuck up there. They become the ceiling. They become the walls, right? It all comes down. That whole language comes down, and that language comes down and holds space and holds things, right? Very, very sort of excited. The one in the middle, 05, that again is showing you, what is that? Well, that's saying I got a butterfly roof and I'm cutting it on the ends, and that's going to tell me I got glass on both sides of that, because what that's saying is that was a structure that conceptually was much bigger, and I sliced it and cut into the stone to let to let the light into the side. The 06 is this big curvilinear, structure that's going to come down with its vertical supports. But that is, again, to use the term I used in the previous review, that's this sort of like curved animal, but it doesn't reside only at the top. It's going to come down to the ground. It's important how it rests, how it rests on the ground. And so anyway, those are the kinds of things I think you're not, I mean, to look more at the precedents in terms of how they then become something else that then takes care of all these problems. So, or not necessarily problems, but the things that you're incorporating. Everything is standing singular, and you want to figure out, how do I create something that resolves as many issues as I possibly can. Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're probably going to have to move on. It's a quarter till, and we have one more to do, and I'm already going to have to pay Marla and Vincent overtime money. So
okay, I got to say one other thing to look at really quickly is that all of those that you're showing is that their resolution comes from the details, that the details aren't something that merely represents what the idea was. The details actually then have transformed that into something else. And that's what's really important.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marla, did you want to say something, or do I need to, or can we move on?
No, that's fine. You can move on. I'll email him maybe.
She's gonna talk about the next one extensively. I'm running out of gas.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, Janelle. Thank you, Mackenzie, and thank you, Michael.
And I have to say one other thing, just in case you guys notice. We're in a house that has several people doing this, and so in about 10 minutes, I'm going to be picking this thing up and having it go outside. So if you notice anything, it looks like I'm outside already, but I'm going to really be going outside. So hopefully it won't be too big of a problem.
Great. Okay, Gabby and Ali, are you guys ready?
Yes. Hello. Hey guys.
Hi.
Thanks for your patience.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. Here we go. So I'm Gabby Archer.
I'm Ali Davis.
And we are Good Design Co. We're starting out here with a map showing the vicinity of our existing site that we're choosing here. As you can see, it's surrounded by lots of residential neighborhoods, along with a commercial core along the interstate here that has lots of churches and schools and stores for these residential people to serve to.
This is the site as is, and as you can see, there's a green space already existing adjacent to St. John's neighborhood, and we wanted to take advantage of that space as our building is a daycare and it has direct access that already exists into the neighborhood.
So here I'll just show you a few of the precedents that inspired our design. First is 1,000 yards, a botanical pavilion that was in Beijing, China. We really appreciated the modularity and the sustainability of the materials here, as well as the intent and ability for this design to grow. People are given seeds to plant trees as they enter this botanical pavilion, and we really appreciated the immersive experience that was given to this space, how it comes alive with the people inside of it. And our next precedent is the Substrate Factory in Japan, which is a community center that really drew our eye because it is completely open floor plan and is designed with reconfigurable wall partitions. So you're able to create any size of space, partially open, partially closed. And we really liked how it allows for infinite and flexible program options. So we learned that homeless children make up more than 20% of the total homeless population in Travis County. And after visiting Haven for Hope Center and talking to Molly, talking to Molly, we were really driven to want to create a space just for these children where they can really come and feel like they have somewhere that they belong. There was also a large need for overflow overnight space because 50 to 60 families come to Haven for Hope each night, not necessarily intending to admit themselves into the program, but they just need somewhere to sleep overnight. So we really wanted spaces to be accessible to the public flexible, adaptable, and welcoming.
So our party early on when we were designing the master plan is this target diagram with 3 concentric zones. The outer zone being about engagement and interaction with the community as a place that serves the community, but also invites those in that are looking to receive services. The middle zone is the transformation and rehabilitation zone, where these people, the members of Haven, this is private for them, and this is a space where they can start imagining their future. And then the centric zone, which is the Haven zone, the safe zone. This is a place where members of Haven have really reached a point of self-sufficiency and they are ready to move out and become a part of the community.
I also want to emphasize the NOLI plan here, which is the NOLI plan of our master plan that we're about to show you. As you can see, the zones are slightly represented in this NOLI plan, and also points of access are on all sides of our site here to really emphasize engagement with the whole community, surrounding community. So here we have the master plan. Our outer ring here is primarily, well, it is essentially public service buildings. So we've got the public affordable housing here, the market, food court, and chapel that dips into this inner ring with the housing and transitional services, as well as the warehouse and public services along this exterior ring, intake, and our daycare, which is connected to this expansive playground that we've created.
This is an axonometric of our site to kind of show the massing and the adjacency to the neighborhood. So here we have a direct access from the neighborhood. There's an existing parking lot that belongs to the church that can be a point of entry for the neighborhood into our public park. Is also adjacent to the family housing at Haven so that kids have an easy access in the mornings. And then there is a bus stop on St. John's Avenue so that children can be picked up first in the morning by the school bus and dropped off last in the afternoon and begin and end their school days at the Radiant.
Although this is not necessary for them to be picked up and dropped off last, Haven for Hope emphasized that that was something that they did with their kids to make them not as embarrassed or, you know, guilty about the fact that they are on this campus, but we don't want our children to feel like that. So this bus stop is very much a public space, and it's open, and it's a happy area, and it's not somewhere that these kids need to feel embarrassed to be picked up or dropped off from school.
We also want to show that this north facade is glazing to really create a connection between the playground and the daycare itself and really make it one lively space. But the south, east, and west facades are solid to both protect from the neighborhood and the street, create some privacy, but also to provide shading from the sun and overheating. So we present to you the Radiant. As our project was coming along, things felt kind of stale, and because this is a place for children, we wanted it to feel alive and colorful and fun. So we decided to paint our shading structure, which is made out of hollow aluminum tubes with various colors, and we really thought this brought our building a lot of character and made it a very joyful and inviting space to have in the neighborhood. So our structure consists of large CLT members on the perimeter that support the roof with columns that penetrate the middle of the building as well for extra support. And this kind of creates an expansive interior. Our secondary structure, which is shown here in the red, supports these movable and configurable partitions to create endless possibilities of space throughout the day and throughout the year.
And here we have a main floor plan, which we've furnished and designed kind of to show what we envision the space to be normally. First, I want to point out the stationary cores here that are made of bathrooms and mechanical rooms, as well as some enclosed private rooms, which we now have as a movie room and possibly the infant and nursery here. Now there's a very clear corridor connecting the front door to the back door here, as well as 4 different program zones that we've created: the cafeteria and kitchen, computer lounge, a nursery and toddler infant area, kind of an older kids game room, art studio area, as well as a library and study lounge and sitting area for everybody. On this sheet, we have organized the program with color here to visually represent all of the different possibilities that can happen. The bottom configurations, we've placed partitions to create new scenarios. And so I'll just go through the 3 here. So the first scenario is imagining our building as being a full-time daycare and classroom study area. So we've got this cafeteria, enclosed classrooms and study rooms, and then enclosed nursery spaces. The next one is imagining our space as being an overnight sleeping quarters for displaced families. So this front entry area would be intake. We've got kitchens, perhaps to give them overnight food or food for the morning, private rooms, maybe for families to have their own sleeping quarters, and then an open area for individuals to sleep overnight. The next configuration is maybe a game night, movie room, dinner night with more enclosed rooms to have a family dinner or play Monopoly, and then an open game room area.
So here is a rendering of our game room to kind of show how live the space really is, the connection to the playground, and how the space can be really colorful and fun for the people inside of it.
Next would be the lighting configuration. First, we placed recessed lighting and permanent pendants in our stationary spaces here. And then we've created a modular lighting scheme that populates the rest of the modules here. The lighting is able to accommodate all different program possibilities, and it has 3 different circuits here. So it's very adaptable to whatever the space could be. Here we have the computer lounge, someone playing Cub Penguin. I really appreciate the lighting condition in this render, also showing you this clear story where you can see the chromatic facade coming into the interior, as well as the modular lighting system coming to life in this rendering.
So here's our section going from east to west, showing the connection and the protection that the building provides between the neighborhood and the campus. In this section, you can also see how the interior is actually very open and adaptable. It's one big space, and the bus stop is shown as well on the south facade. And then here's our elevation section going north to south to show how the building is a buffer and protection between the street and the playground.
So the children don't feel like they have to be right next to the street, things like that. Here we've got our first wall section, showing the roof configuration here, supported by these cross-laminated beams, but it appears to be floating because the clerestory surrounds the building here. The interior walls are just gypsum wallboard with metal studs, but our exterior wall here is very custom made. We've got concrete panels connected to the facade, and our aluminum tubing here is connected through the concrete panels to the rigid insulation. Show you in a detail here of bolts. So these perforated steel channels are welded to our aluminum tubes and connected through the facade to the rigid insulation. Here we have a rendering of our art room, looking out into the playground. I think it's a very inspiring and colorful space. This is a wall section cutting through the curtain wall on the north facade here, mainly showing the floor connection. The water is meant to drain towards the north facade and come down to this French drain here. And our connection is welded on this side of the facade. Here we have a foundation detail showing the reinforcement in our thin floor slab and essentially the bolting that goes all the way through our beams for extra strength and drainage through these mullions down to our French drain.
And here are some wood connections to kind of show how the wood members on the primary and secondary structure are connected to each other with steel plates. And this is a rendering of the corridor that wraps around the building. It's about 9 feet wide. It's during the day and at night to kind of show the beautiful lighting conditions that take place here and how this space can be populated throughout the day.
Yeah, although this is the 9-foot corridor that surrounds our interior framework, we wanted to show that it really is habitable and can still be a place for program to take place. This is our plumbing diagram, essentially showing rainwater collection on the roof, and also we're using water from the municipal water system. One unique thing about our project is we've got on-site gray water treatment. So water leaves our faucets, we're able to add oxygen, run it through a few filters, and we can use it again, and that's very sustainable as well. Here we've got a nursery rendering of the little open room that's next to the closed infant nursery. The kids are hanging out with the neighborhood dog. They're having a good time. here we have our mechanical system. We really wanted to emphasize our stationary cores and keep our open space very open. So we created a mechanical system that's enclosed within the ceilings of our stationary cores here. We've got an ERV and fresh air ducts that exit into the open spaces through these cores, and the zones are shown here, as well as our radiant heating and cooling floors that have heat pumps and chillers in each of the zones in the mechanical rooms.
And this is a rendering from our playground looking at the north facade to really show how alive the space can become and how it can be a place for anybody in the community to gather and have a great day. And that concludes our presentation. Do you have any questions?
Why is the roof sloped the way that it is?
Well, we created a butterfly roof, and this side is sloped slightly more. The plan was to collect water through the roof.
I mean, you would always be collecting water, right?
Right.
But you wanted it to come off in one primary place.
Well,
I'm
we
just
wanted to-
wondering because it's the only thing that gives hierarchy really to the building, which is that higher flare. But it isn't really reflected in the floor plan, right?
Right.
Right.
Okay.
We wanted to.
I was just curious.
We wanted to make the slope on the east side a little more steep so that the clerestory opening had a little less surface area because there's more sunlight coming in from that side, as opposed to the west and north sides that kind of have less harsh sun throughout the day.
Okay. Well, overall, really clear presentation, consistent drawings. I really appreciate the interspersing of the renderings with the detail drawings. That's really effective because it gives me at least a nice idea of like if what you are saying about the two-dimensional drawing is actually occurring in the three-dimensional building. So I think that quite a few of your premises are correct. One thing that is interesting about the building and the structure to me is that if you're looking from the facade, the street side of the building, that structure doesn't come out very much at all, right? Just in the entry. And then your aluminum structures really is sort of more fun, but it's almost like hiding that sort of really cool structure that's on the inside. And when you get to the back, you can see it. But also I feel like it reinforces your premise that it's a cool place to be, because when you see that, like, it's like you want to go in and see what's in there, you know, a little bit like, you're like, okay, well, what is that in the front? And then what is that in the back? The only thing that I would say in balance with that is a little bit along the lines of actually what Vince was saying about the previous project, which is that it's so contained, you know, as a single building. It would be nice, like you have that little porch transition. It would be nice somehow to get some transition between the building, like a covered space or something that's a little bit, you know, like even the bus stop, which you're saying is a friendly place, it's still just kind of a little bus stop there. You know, it seems like there could be more, not necessarily the same structure, but something along the lines of how that structure sort of protects the people inside and makes it like a haven. And that extends out to the bus stop, and it extends out a little bit to the playground and brings that feeling, because it is sort of like that thing is a standalone thing. And I get it, but it seems like it's a little, maybe there's some way to work with the rainwater collection system or something like that. But that would be, can you go to the plan real quick? Sure. Ding, 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 ding. Flippity flip, flip, flop.
Sorry.
That one was fine. Yeah. I mean, it seems like it might be possible to do it in the, you know, in some way, even if it's just the grid that comes out. Maybe it's the secondary structure that comes out and not the primary, right? Because you have that secondary structure that's about the opening and closing of the doors and walls. And maybe there's something like that that sort of reaches out and becomes part of it. And that main structural system is what makes the being inside that building really cool, you know, because it is, you know, does seem to work really well in that sense.
Let me ask a question, Marla, of you. At the University of Texas, we have a campus.
I can't hear you, Michael.
Oh, am I muted?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, so I'll speak up. Can you hear me now, Marla?
Nope. Can
That's
y'all
weird.
hear him?
Yes.
We can play a game of
Maybe it's just
telephone.
me.
All right, you might be, I don't know why you wouldn't be able to hear. Well then, let me just ask it of the students. At the University of Texas campus and like many other campuses, the buildings represent a sort of a central thing, whether it's, you know, some Spanish Renaissance 3-part building or whether it's the red brick at Harvard or something. At Haven for Hope, there was a kind of style that united all the buildings together. Since the building here, you're using the blue lamps that are really distinctive, is there something that you think that would be unite the buildings, or do you think it might be better if each building was its own?
I think that we could promote the sustainability within the other buildings and use the cross-laminated timber. I also think that any of these other buildings within our master plan would also benefit from having flexible, you know, and adaptable floor plans, which is what this CLT mostly promotes.
Okay.
This is a very, I mean, I'm looking at the cars. What's the square footage on your building?
1,400. 14,000. 14,000, I'm sorry.
14,000. Yeah, so it's I mean, it's a small building. I mean, it has a huge presence sort of visually, but this is a small building. So, but I do agree with Marla in terms of with regard to the elevations. It just that it presents itself as being, you know, sort of impermeable. If you were, by the way, the kinds of things that are important. I mean, there's a lot I really like about your project. It's I mean, it's a very exciting project. It's very well done in many ways. But I would just like to point out some, you know, I'd like to point out consistencies that I think that one should pay attention to. So one is, it looks as though, for instance, on this rendering, if you would leave it up here, for example, you know, yes, I agree about the indentation of the roof. Like a natural place, if one were going to do a butterfly roof, would be that you would do it at the entry, for example, to call attention to that. Or if there's something on the interior, what this is telling you is that there's something on the interior that's right there that you don't walk in on, but that's where you need to go. Like that is a really important part of the project. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. The other one is that I would probably, you know, I like the fact that you broke the colored tube. I love the colored tubes. It does, again, you know, convey the sort of festive sense in all this, which I think is highly successful. And there's the break that occurs there that separates the roof. That should actually turn the corner. It might, it looks to me as though it either ends right there or turns ever so slightly. But it should actually wrap somewhat more substantially. That would then highlight the roof. I think there's a question of what's the relationship of the roof to these V shapes, that it should actually be seen as that the V shapes with the roofs, yes, I'm sorry, with the roof beams support the roof, but it needs to be understood as a thing. And so that would be highlighted. The other thing is that I do believe, and I'm sure you probably looked at some sizing charts, but it looks to me as though your glue lambs are about as, I mean, I can imagine them being much thinner than that. And I think actually that would help with the scale of the building and help you in several ways. The other thing is that, just so you're aware of it, and maybe you are aware of it because it looks like you're very close, you know, there's code in terms of what the angles can be, because someone who has trouble seeing, their cane slips underneath that angle, and then they're going to smack their head on the angle. And so, you know, so it's actually a very dangerous structure in terms of, you know, in terms of how you handle it. I actually got a similar structure right now, and we've taken the V-shaped and actually picked it up off the ground, so it actually is elevated in a little, in a sense. But you know, I mean, it's just it makes sense in terms of, because you want people to sort of circulate around these things. And the question is, how much space are they actually inhibiting movement? And so, of course, that's the problem whenever you're in an attic space that's angled, is that visually I can see it, but I can't really sort of access things because I'm hitting my head on it. However, if you go back to the plan, I think your strategy of carving away and allowing a sort of entry space, that you could actually have that happen in several instances, whether or not it's actually access, or just a place of where you're going to have, you know, windows to let, you know, space occur. But I think that's something that you can do. Your interior grid is very clear in terms of what that is and how that's holding those other amenities. I think you're very consistent in that you pulled everything back away from the edge and allowed circulation around it. So that's a very smart way. It does set up the, you know, you have set yourself up that some of those rooms, I mean, they're perfectly fine being rectilinear, but the way you've set this up, they really could take on some different shapes and not deteriorate from the design. I mean, I look at this as being a sandbox, you know, and it contains all the, you know, the sand pails and the balls and the shovels and all those things that you find in a sandbox as objects that one is gravitated to. So I think that is a strategy works well. I think your exit out to the, you know, out to the back and also to the side that has the possibly the parking. I guess it was another plan that sort of showed something being, I guess it was maybe a higher plan or something that it looked like the walls were shown rendered a little, oh no, I guess it's this one. It's a question, it is a question of, you know, where there's, this one here, where, that one you just had, the diagram, and maybe this is a different rendering, but you're showing a thicker wall, I guess on the east and the south and halfway on the west. Anyway, there's, one has to think about, you know, where the sort of thicker walls are in the thinner walls. It could be that if you want to open it to the west and open it to the north, that those would actually be that glazing does come, although it's a problem with sun on the west. But I'm just talking about formally here, glazing goes all the way down the ground, and then you're implying a sort of diagonal that cuts through there that you may again reinforce with the ceiling somehow. But having said that, the back door, the two back doors that you have that are just sort of pulled apart, you know, that I think you're right. It needs to be something, but it needs to be something other than the entry, or mimic the entry. But actually, to mimic the entry would be stronger than what you have there. That's just you know, I would throw them more asymmetrically off or something like that.
Okay.
I want to talk about a couple of things. I mean, again, I like your project very much. So there is an article, I'm trying to think where you could find it. There's a really well-written article that you need to read. And I think it's maybe in Oppositions Magazine, I think. I don't remember the date. You can Google Le Corbusier and Breuer and a comparison between them. And the thing is, they both do a building that's very similar to yours. The roof shape is very similar. The difference is that Corbusier is mimicking the landscape, the mountainous landscape beyond, and Breuer is basically lifting the Corbu building, and actually that compression happens like in a utility closet, which makes no sense. But it's a very, very important, you know, for you to understand that when you're making moves like that, that they need to have spatial formal consequences that carry meaning, and also exacerbate, certain exigencies in the plan. And so therefore that compression is an important aspect that you generated, and you need to be very much in control of that. One more thing I want to say, just because I can't let this go without structure. So please go to your foundation that's showing cross section and partial building section.
I'm sorry, the wall section.
No, it's a detail, I think, but it's a partial wall section with a detail, foundation underneath.
Right here?
Yeah, you actually, I think maybe it's,
keep going.
You
There
get
it
the
is.
details. That's good, right? So you can see what's going to happen, right? That's your vertical support is coming down right there. It's going to punch right through your slab. So you actually would bring the foundation, would thicken and come over at least to align with the column. Ideally would go past it, so that because you've got you see what I'm talking about? That's going to punch through your slab, and you want to have it be supported by the foundation.
Yeah, it needs to be under the grade beam.
Can't believe we could use smaller members.
We are very happy with how the renderings came out.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate that you use your rendering as your backdrop.
Thank you.
Yeah,
This is actually, we forgot to put this one in the presentation, but this is the library. Thanks to your feedback, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Marlon.
Thank you. Nice job.
Well, we've kept you a little late. It's 5:15. I wonder if Marla, Vincent, you have any overall comments? It's been a long day, and I really appreciate the fact that, I want to say again that the students stayed with us after we all got sent home, and I couldn't be prouder of them in terms of the work that they did every day.
It's a tremendous amount of work. I mean, all of the projects and just in general from the work that I've seen just through my class, everybody, the amount that they've produced in the situation that you guys have produced it in. The particular projects today were really great to look at. It makes me appreciate reviewing live and being able to see all the drawings at once, because we can flip back and forth. And like Vince said, you can hold us so much in your head, but you guys did so much work. It makes a big difference to be able to see all of that work at once, as opposed to flipping through it. And it's always daunting, like to flip through 45 sheets. But no, overall, it seemed quite, even some of the students that went from really working with a site all the way down to the building and everything in between. So I appreciated it. Thank you guys for your work and your patience and persistence.
Thank you guys for staying late.
Oh, absolutely. I wish we, I wish we could give you more. Again, I want to emphasize that, when we critique the work, we're interested in, there's so much that you've accomplished that, it really is about getting ready for the next stage. In this case, it's really intended, and I think we have it clear now that you're supposed to be ready to go into advanced design studio, and that's that it's self-motivated. And I would hope that, that every semester that you've been here, that's been self-motivated, that you're not just trying to check off the boxes, as it were, because that won't make you successful. It may make you successful in terms of, getting a diploma and getting out, but it's really here where one learns how to think about architecture. You think some people might think that it's after you leave school that now I'm going to learn architecture, and I'll tell you, you're so busy doing the work that you don't have that opportunity to really think and reflect. And so the thing is that after you've done all this work, the reviews are so important, because that's really the chance to, is a chance to learn, because you've been in the, you're just in the trees. And it is important to step back. It's important. I understand that it's very important for you to be able to talk about your work, which is why I know it was hard for some of you to you know, to step back because of time limits that you want to share it and that you've been thinking about it. But it really is that, you know, that the drawings will end up speaking to you and for you. But your next, you know, the next thing you have to figure out is, okay, I've learned all this information. How can I use that information to propel your design work? It's not, again, it's not about recording what your decisions are. It's about how you're using the production and knowledge to take the art, to take this to where you couldn't have conceived of it other than through the making. And that's what's really important, is what's now, how do you react to drawings, and where do you take it where you couldn't conceive of it? Because if your project in the end looks pretty much like you thought it was going to look like, or it looks an awful lot like your precedents, then I would say, you know, you're still more lingering in the realm of building, and we want to push you into the realm of architecture, which is what the advanced studios are about, so that you become in control of your own creativity.
I appreciate that, Vincent. I want to tell the students, I think, while we're learning systems, systems integration, I really want to emphasize integration, because integration is an act of design. It's not an act of engineering. It's not based on logic. It's based on trying to find networks that kind of work together. And so I would ask yourself in the future, when you go to think about these things, like, how does a building work? How do I build it? How do I condition it? How do I light it? I hope that you look at these as opportunities for design, because the more you know about these things, I think the better the designer you're going to be. I think my example is, of course, Luke Kahn, who I thought was the best at integration. And everybody thought, wow, he must have been an expert in it. He hated it, but he hated all the things not being integrated into the design. So he made himself sort of an expertise in the service of the relationship between the service and the served. And I think, you know, just take this on as a design project, because that's what it is.
Yeah, I would just say one other thing, Michael, along those lines, is that you know, just ask yourself, are you integrating your design decisions, or are you accommodating them? And there's a big difference.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun, guys. So I'll send you all, for the rest of the class, I'll send you all a email and tell you when I'll be available next week for our exit interviews. So thank you guys very much. It's been a long day. I really appreciate Marla and Ben staying a little late and giving us their value of their insight. We learn from you.